And with a push of the button, hello Internet! Welcome to session 14 of Land Beyond the Mist. I am excited to get going and play some more D&D. I've been looking forward to this since last week. It's been a good time. Anyway, let us, before we jump into things, go around the table as we always do to start a session and introduce ourselves and our characters so that we know who has been brought to the table today. I'm just going to go in the order that I see on camera on my end. So, without further ado, Bryce, welcome back to the Mist. Why don't you reintroduce us to Arlo for anyone who forgot or didn't see him the first time, and let us know how he's doing.
Yeah. Arlo is a life domain cleric, half elf, 21 years old. Taller guy for sure, 6'6". Dirty blonde hair, medium length. He first went on an adventure to go to the haunted manor or old manor and encountered a phantasm type ghost there and had to be picked up by his now deceased companion Arthur, which he named his donkey after. Mm-hmm. And he went on his second mission into the honeysuckle grove to gather plants, and also went down there to the narcotic effects of the flowers. So right now he's going into this really kind of defeated, wanting to prove himself, mm-hmm. wanting to do better, because last time he had to be saved both of the times he went out, and he's looking to do better than he has.
All right. Well, you're not the first one to say that going into the Mist. There's a lot of proving it being done. Have you been around the tavern seeing some of the more successful adventures come back? Quite a bit of trophies and gold has been making its way through the tavern recently. Does that embolden Arlo at all?
Arlo's mainly here for just to protect the lives of the people he comes with, mm-hmm. and just to minimize death all around. He's mainly been spending his time in the church rather than the bar, so anything that may have trickled in through the church he would have heard of, but other than that, he hasn't been keeping up with people so much.
Fair enough. Well, we look forward to seeing Arlo in his third adventure. Hopefully, he has an opportunity to prove himself and regain some of that lost confidence. Excellent. Next up, Shadow, why don't you reintroduce us to Murdoch and let us know how he's been doing.
All right. Well, Murdoch is a human. He's 37 with some flecks of white in his brown hair. He always wears a beaver tail hat the entire time, wherever he's at, in the tavern, out of the tavern, in the wilderness, doesn't matter. He wears it. It's his. He likes it. He is a rogue, and he is pretty quick on his feet, pretty good in the wilderness. The last time that he was out, he went hunting bandits. He managed to sneak all the way up there, kill a whole bunch of bandits, get them to chase us everywhere, and then nearly died of exhaustion over several days. Came down to one last good, lucky determination of finding some water. Otherwise, he would have died in the wilderness, and so therefore in his pack he always carries a little vial of water in case he runs with a cleric, just in case for emergencies. He did not get a whole lot of treasure the last time he went out, so he's very much looking forward to trying to find something this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the little touch of buying the cleric's own material components for them, just in case. I think that's very clever.
I have it labeled on my sheet for emergencies.
Excellent. I think that is wonderful. How did the wandering around and being exhausted affect your character, other than having your emergency water supply? Does that change the way he's going to adventure in the wilds, or what does that mean for you?
A little bit. He's been listening around the tavern and talking to people, and he's got a pretty good idea about how hard it is to find water in all of the general areas of the Mist that have been explored so far. So he's been doing a little bit of research, trying to get an idea. He knows that it won't be too hard to find water in the swamp. The question will not be finding water, it'll be finding your way.
Yeah.
So
all
he's
right.
getting himself prepared and ready to go.
Well, prior planning does prevent poor performance, so looks like you are well on your way to helping everybody out. Sounds good. I look forward to it. Next up, Stone, why don't you reintroduce us to Puck, for those who may not have seen him, and tell him how he's doing.
Sure. Puck is a halfling, ranger by trade, that acts as a guide around the swamps prior to eventually coming here. He's only about 3'4". He's a little pudgy, kind of a brown pompadour, a little bit of a mutton chop going on, light skinned, green eyes. Uh, Carries pretty light equipment, but does have like kind of a pack slung over his shoulder. And the first trip that he took, first and only trip that he's taken out so far, was a scouting trip to the Golden Hills, where we found quite a few things, including, chimera tracks, some weird magical dagger that he had nothing, no want to deal with that. And I think a air mephit of some site, or sylph, or some elemental creature. But eventually came back and didn't really run into that many issues, other than getting trampled by goats.
Gotta watch out for those goats, man. Well, awesome. Welcome back out into the mist. You had quite a lot of success last time. Did news of the Chimera's heads being brought back as trophies reach you in the tavern?
It did, and it was surprising and definitely comforting. He was not looking forward to fighting something like that.
Yeah.
He's definitely in it for the easy cash. So
Awesome. Well, you've picked an interesting way to go get easy cash. The success rate out here in the swamp a little bit different than out in the hills, but I'm excited to see you tackle it. And welcome back. Last but certainly not least, we have the return of Temer. Unfortunately, Churu was ambushed by some horrible frogs. So why don't you tell us who you've brought to the table today and introduce us to him?
I brought Himanot, his first level cleric. I sort of came up with this character design as some way to kind of enact revenge against the toads in some sort of slight way of perhaps getting revenge. We'll see if I can get revenge through Himanot.
Excellent. So Himanot is made to get revenge on the toads. How does he come about knowledge of the toads out in the mist?
Well, I assume that he's just sitting there in the pub drinking, hearing about how it's dangerous out there, and thinking like, I have to help, because this is kind of his idea. He helps, and he's thinking, well, I'll help by sticking with my party and trying my best to keep them alive. And through this, the assumption is that we'll see some enemies. Mm-hmm. And the player behind this is like, those toads are gonna get it, Those toads. This is Temer thinking.
Excellent. Well, we'll see if you can exact that revenge upon the toads. Awesome. I look forward to the four of you making it out into the mist. So, we will start as we always do around the great oaken table inside of the Cloak and Stagger, where this handy-dandy map of the region has been evolving over time based on the contributions of all the players. You have all decided to head out into the Lizard Marsh in search of the Sunken Fort. Before we make our way out into adventuring, I heard there might be a little bit of in-town preparations that were to be done.
Yes, I think Murdoch would like to go find Rose in the apothecary.
Mm-hmm. Rose Thistlewood, of course, is always happy to see people come back in from the mists and buy all of her wonderful trinkets and gadgets and salves. What did you wanted to get from Rose?
Well, Murdoch has heard about this amazing healing salve that makes it so one can recover a lot faster from injuries in the mist, but unfortunately, checking his pockets, he is a little bit short of affording one. So, I think Murdoch will walk in, greet Rose, and ask her if there's anything that she's looking for ingredients out in the swamp, because he and his adventurers are planning on moving out into the marsh.
Well, of course, yes. I'm always looking for something out in the swamp. Ingredients are always hard to come by. Well, at least without paying a fortune for them. Let me see here. What could I use today? She opens up her little notebook in front of her, puts her ink-spoiled nose in, and reads to you that she would be very interested in any dream root you could find. It is a common root that grows beneath a particular type of tree in the swamp. You'll recognize it by the fact that it will be elevated from the floor of the swamp, and there's like a nest of roots that you can kind of see between rising out of from the trunk of the tree and down into the swamp some few inches. And in the gaps between those roots and underneath the tree on the swamp floor will grow a root, a tuber, that is known to be a very potent hallucinogenic, but also can be used in salves to numb pain and senses. And if you are so lucky, she would pay top dollar for any fairy ring you were to come across. But she knows that those are quite rare.
Any fairy ring?
Yes. In the swamp, on occasion, you will find mushrooms that grow in a ring. They can be variable in size, some quite small, some quite expansive. So they're known as the fairy ring. If you could harvest that and avoid whatever troublesome phase around at the time, those are quite valuable.
Murdoch will thank her for her information, and hopefully he will see her soon.
Oh, I look forward to it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Excellent. Other than buying or getting some information from Rose, anything else that we want to take care of in town before heading out?
I'm going to go to the church that I stay at and find anyone I trust there that stays in the church and leave a box under my bed with all but 100 of my gold. So, let's see, 2,000 or 1,263 gold.
Very nice.
And if I do not return within a month, all that money should go to the church and helping everyone that comes through the doors.
Absolutely. Who is it that you trust in the church? Who do you leave your money with?
Probably the head cleric there. I don't know who it would be.
Okay.
Is there one?
Sure, absolutely. There's a head cleric that you've come to know. Let's see, what shall his name be? It is Morton, cleric of the church. Morton graciously accepts your potential offer, but bids you to come back hale and hearty. You would hate to see another lost soul beyond the mists.
Thank you, Morton. It's always a pleasure to come back to your welcoming grace.
Of course. Stay safe, son. And he pats you on the shoulder and lets you out. Absolutely. Anything else we're taking care of, or shall we jump out into exploring the mists?
I would like to find a Fletcher of some sort in town and purchase a bundle of arrows.
Absolutely.
Before we head out.
No need to worry about that. The town is a vibrant community that caters to adventurers, probably its primary trade. You can find arrows and bundles of arrows and bows for sale in the general marketplace, probably very competitively so. You can choose the ones you like and pay book price for them.
Alrighty, thank you.
Absolutely. All right. So, with business in town taken care of, let's get ourselves out into the mist. What I will need from you is a navigator for today's journey. Who will be acting as navigator for the party?
I believe, as long as we are in the swamp, I will be navigating. But if someone wishes to... I don't know the distance between the swamp and the keep. So...
In general,
of the party
distance between the keep and any of the biomes, quote unquote, that you have been going to is about 18 miles in all directions.
All right.
Words most of the day, but not all of the day.
Yeah, so if Murdoch, if I think you said you had some good survival, if you want to take it the first day, because you are better at than me outside of the swamp.
Sounds good to me. Then I think for the first day, we're going to go ahead and travel. If there were a 12 segment system, starting with a 12 here and then a 1 moving this way and a 2 moving this way, we would go all the way around in a 10 o'clock direction towards the marsh. And I think we can go at a normal pace for the day.
Okay, you are heading northwest to the edge of the marsh. Your intention is to travel through the marsh, but in the northwesterly part. All right. What I will need from you then is a navigation check. Your DC is going to be 10. You're moving at a normal pace. I do not believe, Shadow, that Murdoch is an Outlander. So go ahead and give me... Oh, you are an Outlander. Perfect.
Yes, I am an Outlander.
Go ahead and give me your navigation check, survival wisdom, unless you have another skill, at advantage. Your DC will be 10. Excellent. You begin making your way out of town through the rolling plains, the farmlands, the small towns that feed Farfield Keep, and keep yourself going. While I roll for encounters, go ahead and tell me what it's like as you are making your way first through the fields and then towards the afternoon into the marsh itself. As the reeds come up, the ground becomes boggy, and you are now officially out in the mists. What is traveling like for this group?
Murdoch is mostly quiet. He doesn't know any of these people really well, but he's been tasked to lead them the first day, so he's kind of sitting out in front, carving the path, you might say, and keeping a wary eye out for what's going on. He knows the capabilities of his party members, and he's kind of excited for the capability of, you know, us all keeping each other alive, because we all seem to be able to do that, but a little bit cautious.
I think mostly I'm taking kind of a secondary role in that situation, just kind of making sure we're not getting abhorrently lost and just kind of keeping an eye out.
Okay.
Hello. Usually lost in thought traveling with compatriots, he is rather excited to have another life domain cleric in the party. And he is chatting with Haymanot all about who he worships, what it's like being a cleric, talking about the goddess above, how, you know, if he's not worshiping her, then he should strongly reconsider and be in her good graces.
All right. Excellent.
Himanot would be discussing back, saying, "Oh yeah, I was kind of born into this. My family was a bit religious. My village was needed kind of like someone to fill in, a healer, kind of, you know, someone to just help out around, and so that's kind of what I do. But you know, things are nice. I thought I could do some good out here, you know."
Yeah, if you haven't already, you should stop by the church. There's a lot of good clerics there, and I think you'd fit right in nicely. I can help you out. I can teach you a few things if you need me to. I think it would be a wonderful time if you came there and helped everyone that came in.
All right, cool.
All right. As you are having this conversation, keeping a nice eye out, and making your way through the swamp, it is in fact Murdoch who is keeping the best eye out. It seems as your role of navigator, you are pushing your way through this kind of boggy land, trying to find some nice, dry, hard ground to walk on. And you spy a group of what appear to be kobolds sitting around a local watering hole. They have their spears laid down beside them, and they seem to be drinking in the water itself, some about 50, 60 feet away from the party. As you kind of are approaching, you get the distinct impression that they do not notice you as your party approaches. Tell me, what do you do as you see this in front of you?
I think when Murdoch sees this, he's excited because it's exactly what he was hoping to find immediately upon going into the mist. Clean water, ready to go. So I think he's going to hold up his hand, kind of hunch down a little bit, and try to signal to his party to be quiet. Maybe one of these. And then try to sneak up to a good position and maybe wave down to Stone. Then maybe have him sneak up with him. Can I get a count on these kobolds?
You can indeed. There appears to be 5 of them. 2 sitting next to each of them, or 2 sitting next to each other on either side of the watering hole, and a 5th one some bit apart. And the last one, a bit apart, seems to be wearing like more decorative like clothing, like a big shawl, almost like a robe made of like some hide of a creature that has been knitted and worked together, definitely standing out from the other 4 kobolds around this hole.
Seeing that, I'm going to look back, and what is Stone doing as I'm waving him forward?
Well, I can't control Puck's character token right now.
Oh,
so,
can you not? I am sorry. Let me fix
cannot.
that for you.
See, we were on a map.
Yeah. So, if you seem that you're trying to approach this stealthily, I will also crouch low and begin making my way to probably right around this corner, right here.
All right. You stealthily approach, not getting close enough that the kobolds pay much attention to you. You get a good look at them.
Yeah, I know you say they're kind of around a watering hole, and I assume you're talking about this pond here.
Yes, indeed.
Other than just relaxing, does it seem like they are like well equipped, and are they like on guard?
Quite the
do they
opposite.
seem to be carrying anything else with them?
No, they don't seem to be carrying anything else with them. They do not seem on guard at all. In fact, they are sitting, these 2 closest to you have their backs to you. They are around the hall. They seem to be chatting to each other almost. You hear these, like, lizard-like clicks and chirps and hisses at each other, but not in an aggressive way, not in a way that makes you think of a fight or combat. They seem to just be having a conversation. Occasionally, they'll dip their hands into the pool and take sips of the water. Their spears are laid on the ground next to them, and while they are wearing what appears to be like just basic like toughened leather on the 4 basic ones, they don't appear to be like holding a chest or have anything of note beyond that on their person. And we are technically in the swamp now, right? Yes, you are into the late afternoon. You spent your first bit of the day going through the towns and fields, but you are an hour or so into your adventures through the Lizard Marsh itself. It has turned boggy and marshy and full of ferns and other swamp plants and wildlife.
Right. An hour is the perfect amount, because with my Natural Explorer, for being in a swamp, I could track these kobolds pretty well if we decided to not engage right away and see where they go.
Indeed.
I will bring that attention to the party and say, I don't know if are we planning on ambushing them, or...
I can always scare them off.
I think as you're all saying this, Murdoch is already moving forward to about this position here. Maybe a little more like over to this side, taking aim and kind of pointing at that special looking kobold in the back and already lining up his crossbow shot.
All right.
How big is the rock in front of us?
This would be like 5 or 10 feet, depending on what part of it. Probably over here to the left, where it's at its highest gradient, it's like about 10 feet. At its lowest point here, probably about 5.
Well, it's perfect. Murdoch's like 5 feet 6 inches tall, so he's going to sneak just up on the edge of the hill.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to aim my crossbow at this kobold standing a little bit away.
Mm-hmm.
Look over to Puck and give him a 3, 2, 1, and I'm going to take a shot.
All
Yeah,
right.
I will knock my
The
bow.
kobolds are completely unaware of you, so go ahead and roll to hit at advantage.
Lovely.
The 14, unfortunately for you, this stronger, or this different looking kobold over here has a higher armor class. Your arrow shot is flying true, and then like a bluish light flashes in front of the kobold, and it deflects away your arrow. The kobolds kind of jump up in surprise. Everyone else, you have a round of actions here. What will you do?
I will just take a shot at the same kobold that he tried to hit.
All right. Go ahead and roll to
am I
hit. You will
hidden?
still have advantage. Yes, this entire round will be a surprise. The 19
19.
will get it done. Yes. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
I believe I also get to add an extra d6 for sneak attack.
Yes, you do.
So I will go ahead and roll the short. Oh, that was the wrong one. Short bow damage, which is 6.
Mm-hmm.
And another 3, so
Another
9
3.
damage.
Your arrow strikes true, hitting the shawled kobold. It lets out a shriek of pain, and as they start grabbing at their spears. Arlo, Hamanot, any actions for you?
I
Is this,
will cast. Wait, how far away are they?
The firebolt will not hit any of the kobolds, but you are rolling at advantage, so go ahead and fish for a better roll there.
That's kind of cruddy.
One more.
No, unfortunately, your firebolt flies wide of any of the kobolds, unable to strike true.
The closest one to me, I'm throwing a guiding bolt at it.
Oh, all right. On the closest one to you. Go ahead and give me a roll to hit at advantage with your guiding bolt. The 16 will get it done. Absolutely. Please roll me some damage. 9, huh? All right. A little bit on the lower side, but it is enough. This kobold erupts in a gout of colorful lights. The radiant damage of your god strike it dead. And with that, let us roll ourselves into initiative. Go ahead and click on your tokens and roll into initiative for me. We'll see if we can get this done in one go.
Look at all those initiatives.
Look at those initiatives indeed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I missing somebody? 5.
Yep.
Hey, look at that. All right. In descending order, Puck, you are the first to go. I assume you definitely have better decks than these kobolds. What do you do after they reach for their spears and begin shrieking out their battle cries?
I will take a second shot at the seemingly arcane shrouded kobold.
Absolutely.
Natural 20.
Oh my god. Yeah, that'll do it. For
Another
9
9 points of
more.
damage.
Does that kill him? Aw. There's a dead kobold. He goes flying back as you strike him square in the chest, falling dead on the ground. We will make a morale check here for the kobolds, which they pass. They are excited to get some spearing going. All right, kobolds' turns.
Before
Yes.
my turn ends, these kobolds are wielding spears, so I will attempt to climb up on top of this rock right here, because you said it was only about 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll climb up here, and I will move another 10 to right here. that'll be it.
Alrighty then. You climb up onto that, and it is Kobold's turn. They are going to move forward here. We're going to have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. They move surprisingly agilely, scrambling down the cliff as if it were nothing to them. Seems they're quite practiced in this terrain. And he is within chucking distance. He's gonna hurl his spear out, firing it at a +4. The 6 at Hamino is probably not enough as he chucks his spear and goes, wow. Excellent. This one is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Doesn't... Well, he could chuck his spear, too. Oh, is there another person in range? There is. I didn't even realize. Let's roll to see who they attack here. This will be... Oh, this is not Hemino. Oh, very nice, very nice. Okay, this will attack the cleric down here. I believe that is Arlo.
Yep.
Yes, you have the spear thrown your way. A 14, will that hit Arlo?
Nope.
No! This kobold also goes, ow. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Puck! Oh, this guy's undercover. Yeah, Puck, you stand out a little bit, being not so much in cover. He's gonna throw his spear at you. For 12. I'm gonna assume that doesn't hit.
That's a miss.
Yes, the kobolds all throw their spears, and they all look around like, this is a bad time. Hamino, what do you do?
I look to the one that first threw my spear, and I cast another fire bolt. See if it gets him.
Absolutely. The 8 will
Oh,
hit.
that is all. So I watch my firebolt just go very, very wide, and I just kind of shrug. I'm like, well, next time.
Next time. Next time,
You know?
indeed.
Threatening
Alright.
words.
That brings us around to Murdoch. What are you doing? No, that's not Murdoch. That's
Yeah, that's Murdoch.
No, that's Murdoch. Yeah.
Totally Murdoch. Okay, I think Murdoch is going to take a crossbow shot at this kobold that came up close to him right here. 25. Does that hit?
That definitely hits.
Right. No sneak attack, so just roll regular 8 piercing.
Regular 8 piercing
Okay.
damage. You slay the kobold in front of you. Your crossbow bolt strikes true, right in a vital organ, and it dies. Ah!
I think I'm good right here.
You're good right there. All right.
Yeah.
Arlo, it's your turn. What do you do?
I will cast Thaumaturgy.
All right.
Make my voice boom up to 3 times as loud, which I will do, and yell out, "Kobolds, tiny ones, flee if you value your life. Do not die here today. Run."
All right. Your voice booms throughout the swamp, echoing back at you. The kobolds. "Rah!" And it comes around to Puck. What do you do?
I will take a couple steps forward to the edge here. Take a shot at the closest one with my short bow. That should not be an advantage, so 8.
An 8. It will miss, unfortunately.
Yep, and I will kind of sling my short bow back over my shoulder and pick up my my mace at my hip, and I'll slide down the side of this cliff and move here as to kind of keep them in the water, and that way they don't run charging up on my clerics. So.
All right. You put yourself in between them and the clerics. It is Kobold's turn. The Kobolds roll another save or another morale check against the terrifying thaumaturgist voice. and they fail. These kobolds have lost their nerve. They are weaponless. They are up against a powerful yelling man with magic, and they run away. Ah! Using their full movement to almost the edge of the map. Excellent. As they do this running away thing, Hamanot, you see it happen. What do you do?
I shoot one last time to see if I can get them, kind of
All
like
right.
a parting shot. How far are they? Let me double check. I think I can get them for.
Wait, you have 120-foot
Fireball.
range. You are definitely going to be
Yeah.
able to get them. Yeah, no doubt about it. The 23 will hit one
There
of
you
them.
go.
Absolutely. Roll me some damage.
Yes.
6
There you go.
is going to kill the one that you struck. Firebolt strikes him in the back, taking him down.
Yes. And I want to hit the one that first threw that spear at me, you know, and
Excellent.
teach him a lesson.
His lesson is learned the most painful way possible. Well done. All right. Murdoch, you see the final fleeing kobold racing away from you. What do you do?
Well, Murdoch doesn't want this kobold to get away because he knows they're going to be in the swamp for the next 3 or 4 days, and he doesn't want somebody returning and saying, hey, there's a whole bunch of people in the swamp. To move up onto this little hill, is it costing me any movement beyond my normal square by square?
Not for this battle. At this point, just move freely.
So Murdoch's going to move up 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That will put him, I think, close enough to take a shot.
Should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to fire a crossbow bolt at this kobold.
Absolutely.
I
Oh,
think
yeah. I don't think it can live. It cannot. You successfully end the kobold's existence. It dies in front of you. And after that, the swamp once again returns to its quiet, swamp-like self. You can hear some small buzzing of insects and small wildlife, but the quick thrum of combat is over, and you are left to yourselves. What do you do?
First things first, I'll
Nice.
go retrieve my arrows. My
absolutely.
three arrows that I shot.
3 arrows. You can recover 1, 2, and 3. All 3 of them are recoverable.
I think Murdoch is doing the same thing with his crossbow bolts. If they're there, I also fired 3.
The first one is not. The second is recoverable, and the third also.
Okay.
Arlo is
Do
going
we
to
see
see if
anything? Oh,
the kobold had any magic item on him, or if it was a spell that deflected that.
You search the kobold shaman, and you find that he is not holding any magic items or items of particular interest, beyond some small trinkets. He has feathers and gems, not gems so much as polished, shiny, like river stone, but you do find that the valuables on him are worth about 23 GP.
Do we want
do
to
we
be?
see anything special about this area? I was about to say, does it look like anything like past a good basking place that they were here?
You take a look around, looking for something special. What might catch Hamanot's eye? What would he consider
Suppose
special
if
about
they
this
had-
place?
This was a particular place of meeting or worship, or has some sort of significance in any sort of outside of just the lovely day that we're seeing in the nature.
You begin looking about, trying to find any importance of any potential places of worship or import of communal gathering, but much beyond there simply being a nice pool of fresh water to be drunk from. You don't find anything else of interest in this area.
He sits down and kind of just Joy's at the same spot where the kobolds were, waiting for his
Excellent.
party.
Excellent.
Yeah, or Arlo will start to go to the other ones and get what he can from them with kind of mixed feelings about the kobolds that were shot down that he hides well. He, kind of shouted at them to run. They're kobolds, but he doesn't know how to feel about killing monsters yet, so.
All right. Excellent. You go about picking the kobolds clean. Other than the valuables on the shaman, you don't really find much of value on these. They do wear some like hard leathers. They seem to be made of either some kind of lizard or amphibian from the swamp that's been dried out and hardened. They have these spears with a stone tip, kind of primitive, but they don't have much in the way of valuables outside of what was on the shaman as you look through them.
Greg, I would like to inspect around the area for where they came from exactly. I know there is a lair of kobolds somewhere in this vicinity, and I just wanted to see if where they came from kind of matches up to that, and there isn't just another pocket of kobolds we don't know of, because that would be dangerous.
Okay, yes, you begin looking for tracks of the kobolds. I believe that even with the Natural Explorer feature active in your favorite terrain, you do have to make the actual check.
Right. I'd get to make it with double my proficiency, and since I'm
Yes.
expertise, so it's a total of +6 to the roll.
Okay,
On top of
absolutely.
my +1 from wisdom, so 7 total.
Okay, go ahead and give me I think survival wisdom is just the way that I would handle tracking, unless there's a different skill that you think should be into play here. But go ahead and make that check for me, and let's see if you can track these kobolds and where they came from.
Sure. We'll add 2 to this roll.
25. You pick it up quite easily. It seems that these kobolds were traveling from farther to the north and east from where you are. It seems that they were returning. It looks like they were returning from a kind of grassland. You see vegetation on them, like long, dry grasses clinging to some of their leather that indicates that they were coming from a different region. You eventually find their tracks. You learn that the exact number of kobolds that had visited here was 10 at one point. It looks like the other 5 had returned some time ago. You think that it would be about an hour earlier than how you arrived here. The rest seemingly sat around to have a nice drink in the excuse me, a nice drink around the natural pool here. The tracks from the other 5 lead into the Lizard Marsh, and they lead to the west of where you are, deeper into the marsh, west and probably a little bit south from where you are.
All right. I think that kind of that aligns with the prior knowledge we have, so I'm not too worried about it. I will let the party know that they seem to be returning back from a trip, so...
That is some new information. But I will agree with you. It seems like they're going to the nest that we've already discovered. I think while everybody's doing that, Murdoch is going to be looking for any elevated nests of roots. Or perhaps any mushrooms laying out in the
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me a perception check or an investigation check, your choice, as you look through this area of the swamp, trying to find some dream root.
Did you tell us about it?
I probably didn't tell you until I didn't find any. It's
Yes. With an 11, you take a look around. You attempt to find some samples of Dreamroot, but it seems that in this area, at least, what was described to you by Rose Thistlebloom is not to be found.
Greg, fairly obviously, there's raised trees right here in the swamp. So.
On the map, huh?
On the map.
Yeah, so, looks like they're not there.
So close. Oh well, we'll get them next time.
Yeah, next time.
Hey, before we do leave that area, though, looking at that water, does it look drinkable?
Yes. Most of the swamp water looks particularly, I guess I wouldn't say non-potable, but it looks muddy and murky, full of things growing in it, and wouldn't particularly make you want to drink it. This particular pool is pristine, nice and clean and clear. It does appear to be drinking water that you could refill all of your skins on.
We do.
All right, you refill your skins.
I think it is worth mentioning we have 2 mules on this trip with us.
Okay. Absolutely. They too can drink of the nice pool of water that you found. All right. And so it sounds like you are ready to continue on your day. You still have a few hours of light left as you make your way through the swamp here. Are we pushing on in the same direction as we were before? What's the plan here, Navigator?
I think, well, I'm not sure if the plan was to go into the swamp right away. We're going to try to skirt it to the north, but since we're here, let's keep pushing on.
All right. You keep pushing on. You think, pretty close to the edge of the swamp. You're within at least a couple of miles of the other biomes if you needed to change direction. But you push on, continuing north and west. Eventually, the light begins to fade out of the sky, and the swamp turns to night. Tell me, what is the camp like on your first night here into the swamp? How do you all spend it, and what are you doing?
Well, I think first off, but kind of just upon getting like a fire going of some sort to kind of boil some water if we need to. He'll try and ask around to see if anyone has any preferred watch orders, because some people like to sleep in. So
Doc will say that he doesn't care.
all
He's
right,
getting older. He doesn't sleep as well anymore, so it doesn't really matter to him.
fair enough. Arlo,
Eager to take first watch.
all right.
Who is? Or
Hamanot sounds like he's
Yes.
going to take first watch. Arlo, do you have
I'll
any
take
preferred
it
watch?
after him, I suppose.
All right. Mr. Early Bird Special can take last watch then. Hey, Murdoch. All right. But I'll kind of just bundle up in my cloak. I don't have like anything like a tent, so.
All right. Will you hash out some watch order? You bundle up and prepare to spend the night. While this is going on, it looks like 1, 2, 3. It is Puck's watch. When in the night, as the stars are out, you are aware of a kind of strange light at the distance of your vision. It is soft and pale and glows, and appears to be coming closer to you and the party. As you watch it for some few minutes, you see probably about 60 feet or so away from you, stepping into full view, what appears to be a pale white vision of a helmed warrior clad in furs. As he stands silently staring out at you, you get the impression that he sees you, and like there's eye contact, if you will, although his helm covers what would be his face. As you are sitting there seeing this vision, it raises a single hand clad in a leather glove and just kind of waves, motioning at you as if it wishes you to follow. What do you do?
Well, seeing as the prior time to Puck's adventure, he is quite superstitious. So it's either he's going to be absolutely terrified and is not going to leave the party, or he's going to be superstitious enough to say, maybe I should, follow what this ghost is going to say so it doesn't just murder me. So I'm going to flip a coin.
Okay.
One is...
Okay.
Hey, which one is it?
Yeah, one is he follows, two is he just throws his cloak over him and huddles up like behind somebody and just cowers. Which he will cower.
All right. You cower in your cloak, huddled up. The figure doesn't move, and no sound comes from it. But you just feel its eyes on you as you huddle under the cloak. And this pale light in the dark is just there. How long do you huddle under the cloak like this? Like, is you just stare at this creature for hours on end? What is the timeline here for you?
I think after about 3 minutes of nothing changing, he will just, like, whisper out in a really loud whisper, like a stage whisper, and says, "What are you?"
As you
If there's no
whisper
response.
out to the pale figure in front of you, it once again raises its like gloved hand and just makes that motion, like come, follow.
I really want to follow. Well, I can't be lost except for magical means, but something tells me a ghost making me lost might be magical means. So I'm going to nudge with my boot the closest party member. So probably whoever was like next on watch, because I'll feel bad if I wake someone up who's already had watch. So I'll nudge Murdoch
Okay.
and just point a hand like shakily in that direction.
I think Murdoch will sit up, look at it for a little bit, and then just kind of look back at you, see you super scared, and immediately go to put a hand on his weapon, but not draw it.
Okay. Yeah.
Just kinda
As
stare
you awake, and you become aware of its presence, the helmed head turns as if it were to look at you, and now you too feel as if you've like made eye contact, right? Like you just feel seen by this thing, and it raises a single gloved hand and waves at you as if to follow.
Lean over and I'd be like, I think he wants us to come with him.
Just like
You go.
turn my head slowly to Murdoch, like eyes almost like saucers, and I'll just say, "I may be stupid, but I'm not crazy.
Well,
I'll follow if you follow, but
Murdoch's a little crazy. So he will stand up and whisper back to you, be like, wake everybody else.
oh
And
great."
then I'm gonna start moving towards this white figure.
Okay.
Get-
Murdoch,
I'll
you
go up
begin.
to like 15, 20 feet away from him and not get any closer unless he beckons me further.
You begin moving towards him, and as you do so, the figure glides ahead of you, maintaining about that 60-foot distance. As your pace quickens or your pace slows, so will it. And if you stop, it will stop. But it seems to be leading you through the swamp, never leaving your line of sight. Puck, you wake the other two party members. If Murdoch will follow, you will see Murdoch like kind of getting led away through the swamp as you awaken. Murdoch, how far do you follow this thing?
I mean, I'll follow him for at least a couple of minutes. Then I'll probably sneak a look back to see if my party is coming back behind me.
Mm-hmm.
Also, how light is it out?
I
Like pitch black, because Murdoch can't see anything.
It is very dark out. The swamp. Yes, sorry, Timer.
would say I doff my armor, and I would like to follow. If by the time I finish and he's not disappeared, I will follow.
I imagine
Yeah,
that after a minute of walking, he probably is still followable. The swamp is dark, and there are a good amount of like trees and small shrubs, but it also isn't a forest. There's not like a canopy blocking out the starlight. So the moon and the stars is out. In Murdoch's case, you see okay. The figure that is about 60 feet from you doesn't shine a bright light, but it has this like kind of ghostly pale glow to it. It kind of lights the way as you follow it.
I think after I follow it for a couple minutes, I'm just to make sure that I can see. I'm gonna light a torch, knowing that possibly my compatriots may be able to see the torch as well.
Absolutely. And having the apparition in front of you will stop and like watch you as you light the torch. The rest of the party can clearly see this torch-lit figure walking its way through the swamp. As you follow, the figure will continue on. It leads you some fair distance from your campsite. It leads you almost a half mile out into the swamp. Eventually, if you were to follow it the entire way, the creature leads you to a clearing in the swamp, or less a clearing and more like a high bit of ground. Rock and hard soil rises up out of the kind of the bog and the marsh, and you can see on top of this kind of a raised bit of the swamp floor lies a body. There is a corpse of what must have been a massive horse at one point, but it is dried and withered. It wore barding at one point, clearly quite expensive, big long sheets of metal, but are now rusted and twisted. Lying next to it is the corpse of a humanoid like skeleton. The flesh on it is withered and old and dry. It wears big heavy furs and like gloves and a big helm that is now rusted and twisted as well. Lying next to it is an enormous shield. Looks like it was meant to be used on horseback and would cover like the haunches and legs of the horse and up to the shoulder of the wielder, and a lance. Although the lance itself seems to be in much worse condition than the shield, it is made. The wood has molded and split and cracked next to it. The figure stands some few feet away from these corpses up on the like kind of raised platform, and it just sits there looking at you.
Do we arrive, or do I arrive? I'm not too sure if anyone else
Sure,
has
the
followed.
party could have, during the like half-mile trip, caught up to Murdoch, and you all, anyone who wants to, arrives at this scene, seeing it together.
Why'd you leave us, man? Like, what's going on? Come on, camp's over here.
I'll motion with the torch towards the very visible ghost about 15 feet in front of me. And I will say, look back to both of my clerics. I'll be like, I think it wants us to lay him to rest.
I look at the ghost. Does it gesture to me? Does it do anything?
Other than
I'd
the
say-
few times when you stop and it has like used its gloved hand to beckon you to follow it, it has made no other motions or noise. And now as you look at it, it just stands there almost impassively, like a few feet away from the corpse and the horse corpse.
As I look at the ghost and then look at the body, and then look at the ghost and look at the body, do they look like this? Do they look similar? Am I seeing any resemblance?
Pretty similar. It's hard to tell features, but the heavy robes, fur, and the helm do look similar. Yes.
I
As Murdoch
say a few
mentioned,
words.
putting him to rest, I will shoot off 2 sacred flames into the sky and then bless the body.
Okay.
So
While
just
you're doing
throw
that,
one on it.
Temer, you were trying to say a few words. What were you saying?
I was about to say a few words of of life affirmation, of basically trying to give it sort of a way of saying, you've given your time, it's time to go. Everyone has a time now. Life is for those who live, not necessarily those who have passed. And I do this while blessing is happening. While Arlo is blessing
Okay.
the body.
Absolutely. So what I would like then is for Arlo to make me a religion wisdom check at advantage as you are being helped along by Temer's Hamont's words as you try to put this body and the spirit to rest.
Okay, this will have
Might as well
+1.
might as well guidance. Might as well put guidance on this.
Absolutely. Yes, guidance would definitely work here. So you can add a d4 to your roll after you rolled advantage, Arlo.
And yeah, that has +1 because it's int stat, but wisdom has one more.
Okay.
So 19.
19 plus a d4, if you would.
Yeah.
All right, a total of 21, which does in fact beat a 20. So you say your words and you perform this blessing ritual upon the body, and you see this like ghostly spirit eventually begin to come apart and fade. And as you do so, the like large shield like kind of glows a faint blue for a moment until the ghost itself disappears entirely, leaving you alone on this outcropping.
So, I at least try to separate the body and look around if there's anything to wrap the body in. Give it a sort of, I suppose, a swamp-like Viking funeral.
Sure. What would be appropriate wrapping for the body in Hamont's mind?
In my mind, it would be a shawl, but I don't think I have one, actually. I'm kind of looking like if I had something like that, I would. I look to my teammates.
Murdoch
If
will
there's
let you know
anything.
that back on his mule, he has a square yard of cotton cloth that he brought with him to make extra bandages in case those needed him, and he will go back and get it
All right.
if you were desired.
Hello. Just say a quick well said to Hamanot, and then turn to throw down a detect magic in the area.
Okay. You
Ritual
detect
casting.
magic. You take 10 minutes to make that happen. In that time, Murdoch, you can return to the camp and get your cotton cloth, which I assume will work quite well for Hamanot's wrapping to lay the body to rest. Eventually, the 10 minutes goes off, and the shield itself does in fact glow magic with a faint aura of enchantment, and you do not find any other magical auras within the range of your spell as you look around.
Okay.
Well,
The shield radiates enchantment magic. Nothing else here.
well, I won't lie. This was a lot less creepy than the first magic item that we found. So I don't feel bad about taking this one. If we want to take it with us.
I
And I will-
will say, I think that's fine, but do we have a way to either bury the body or burn the body first. I feel like we put it to rest. We at least deserve to. It at least deserves to be have the remains put to rest as well.
So, Greg, when you first described this, I was imagining like almost like a broken open cairn, because you were describing all of like the rocks on the higher portion.
It could very well be an open cairn. It's hard to tell because the swamp has reclaimed a lot of the ground here. It is, full of reeds and vines and swampy things. But yes, this rocky formation rises up out of the swamp here. You take a look around and trying to find a broken rock, but it's hard to tell whether or not this was broken open or into. It looks as if it looks as if it's been reclaimed much by the swamp, and any detail of what it may have been in the past has been lost to time.
Okay. Would it be possible to find some more replacement rocks that we might be, or I say replacement rocks, but any rocks of size that we could use to create a new cairn?
Yes, I believe that is totally within your power. It may take some time, but if you spend, a good half hour or something finding the appropriate rocks and building up a cairn, you can absolutely make one for the remains here to be interred in.
Excellent. I'm going to take extra good care of this cairn and, make sure that we're not, going to mess anything up, and I check the corpse's pockets to...
Sure enough.
Respectful, and while placing these cairn rocks, I think I kind of like glance at the corpse's pockets and recognize that it's no longer haunted, and just kind of like poke it with a dagger just to see if there's anything in there. And
sure enough, inside the rotting furs, there is a small pouch, and inside of it, you find what appears to be small valuables and trinkets. They aren't coins, and they're not minted like gold or silver, but there are polished stones and small, small valuable pieces of what appear to be obsidian that have been highly polished, right? This seems to be a bag of valuables, and it has the gold equivalent of value of 46 gold pieces.
Right, I will add that to the list that I've been keeping. And I'll kind of heft the shield. This is way too big for a halfling. And I'll say, kind of holding it over my head, almost like a canoe, and say, "What do you tall folk want to use this?"
I'll toss down my shield and go to see if he can hand me it, and then as he does, maybe test it out a little bit and just move around, see if it feels better than mine.
Yeah, it's big and heavy and seems to be meant for riding on horseback. But it is quite well made and seems to be quite good. Seems to be still in use. If you take it's enchanted with magic. If you take a rest with it and attune with it, we can find out what it does, I assume.
Okay, I'll look around. Any objections to me, I guess, holding on to this for now?
Me.
Onward to resting.
On our way back, because in Puck's mind, this doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Fey creatures and the spirits of fallen warriors might be slightly, interchangeable in some sense. Being a superstitious halfling, he's just gonna keep an eye out for any fairy rings while we walk back to camp.
All right, you keep an eye out looking for fairy rings. No, there's very much not fairy rings. There's a natural one level of fairy rings.
Excellent. That is what he wanted. He didn't want to mess with them.
Hey.
All right. And so you make it back to camp. The rest of the night will go by uneventfully. And so let us complete a long rest. So, The first thing that I will have us do is go ahead and roll for some foraging here. You already had water for the day, so we're not going to worry too much about that. But you did roll at a medium pace, so I'd like all of you to give me foraging checks at disadvantage to see if you found rations equivalent throughout the day. Oh, and your DC will be 10, as you spent most of the day in the... Ooh, unfortunate, Murdoch.
This is at plus
Oh.
2 to this on top. So
my
I
God.
do
Well.
pass because of the natural explorer gives me another plus 2 to
Right, you are in your favored terrain, absolutely.
Yeah.
Um,
And I do collect double the amount of rations or something like that. Let me go read that real quick.
Right.
Yes, you do.
You find twice as much food as you normally would, so I could cover somebody.
Murdoch will eat his ration. You can cover Hymenot's.
Sure.
Thank you. I was feeling a bit hungry. All that praying and, it takes a lot out of you.
It takes a lot out of you.
All right.
You guys wouldn't understand. It's rough work.
So we'll have 2 pounds of food marked off for Murdoch. The mules have had enough successes that they successfully grazed. No need to mark that. Water was found. You've spent a long night, or you've spent a night's rest in the mist, so you are granted any spells and class features associated with a long rest in Player's Handbook. I don't believe anyone took any damage. Otherwise, you could roll some hit dice and recover them. You have also spent a night of resting and attuning to the shield, I assume, Marlo?
Yeah.
All right. You find it to be a +2 shield. And once per day, you will be allowed to expend its single charge that recovers at midnight of each day. So essentially a once per day thing. And when you expend this use, it allows you to double your movement speed as it is summons a spectral horse underneath you. And you get to make a charging dash with the shield that will propel you into melee range or out of melee range with whatever you desire without taking any attack of opportunity. And the attack with the shield is optional. So you can use this defensively or you can use this to charge in an attack with the shield itself. I hope that makes sense. I wrote this in like a haze, and reading it to you was really irritating. I have to rewrite that.
Somewhat.
Yeah,
I think I got it.
I'm sorry. This was obviously one of my late night magic item creation sessions. This gives you a spectral horse underneath you that doubles your movement speed as an action. You can disengage with any enemy and make a free attack with the shield. There you go. That's Greg reading his own awful typing.
An
Excellent.
impressive shield you have there, Arlo.
Yeah, I'm surprised. He must have been some kind of great warrior out here. To see him there in the swamp, it's kind of feels weird.
It means we should be cautious. If somebody with that great of an item died here, then, wow,
Apparently.
we could die pretty easily.
Hey, all I have to say is I'm just waiting for us to find a magical item that wasn't haunted. So,
All right. So the new day has come. Is Murdoch still going to be acting as our navigator here?
I think Murdoch is going to turn over the navigation
Okay.
role to our dear ranger.
Yep. So I will be rolling at advantage at +2 to the roll that it actually shows, I think, because I'm in my natural terrain and I am a outlander.
All right. Excellent. So what I need from you is an intended route that you will take and a pace that you will be moving at.
I believe that we will be heading generally in the same direction, but I'll be keeping an eye out for tall pillars made of stone, as well as any trees that seem to be up from the swamp on maybe a plateau or a high ground that have these various roots that our rogue has informed me of now. So I will
Okay.
be heading northwestward.
Northwestward. Sounds good. What is the pace that you're going to be traveling at?
I believe. The difficult terrain doesn't slow our group, so we could travel at a slow pace without taking too many penalties for travel in the swamp itself. So I think we'll probably take a slow pace for this first day.
All right.
Try and be careful, not get ambushed by
A
frogs.
slow pace northwestward. Go ahead and give me a navigation check. Survival wisdom, unless you have a different skill you'd like to apply. At advantage and with your natural explorer bonus. The DC in the swamp will be 20.
Yep, and that is exactly what I roll.
All right.
Because there's
That is
plus
exactly
2.
what you rolled. Very good. Excellent. So, tell me how travel goes on the second day after your kind of ghostly encounters of the first, as you pick your way ever northwestward through the swamp, unerringly putting yourself further and further towards your destination. How does the party travel?
Well, I think being the guide for this bit, I'm going to be sticking most of the travel to pockets of dry land and shallow water to avoid any nasty amphibian creatures that we have heard of. So I guess I'll be leading the party in that sense.
Okay.
I think Murdoch is emboldened by the encounter overnight. I think he was a little scared when he got woke up and there was a ghost 60 feet away, but it seems like we did a good thing here. And he's
Yeah.
kind of happy about that, but I'm also going to be looking for landmarks. We're traveling in a swamp, and it looks like everywhere around us looks pretty much the same. So if I see anything that sticks out that might help us maybe find our way back when we're done, I'm going to be looking for it. And for some
Okay.
trees with some roots underneath them.
Absolutely. You are keeping a sharp eye out, trying to stick to shallow waters and to high ground. It's about noon, about halfway through your day, when it is Hamanot. You are able to spot a copse of like particularly large trees to the west of your location as you're traveling kind of northwest, deeper into the swamp. They are in a particularly low area of the swamp around where the ground is marshiest and the water kind of pools up and visibly in areas. Your leaders are taking you kind of away from this, but you notice that the copse of trees rise as high above the swamp ground on a big nest of roots, much like what was described to you that people are looking for.
Yes.
What do you make of this information?
I kind of look at the I look at the place, and then I kind of I look at my team, and I look at the place, and it's like, didn't someone mention about elevated some roots from trunks swamp? Aha,
Saying that out
I
loud.
got it. Yes. And then it kind of something kind of comes and says, you looking for some of these trees, right? With the sleepy root, the narcotic thing? You wanted some narcotics, right? That was it? You're paid for narcotics?
As soon as he hears that, Murdoch's gonna turn and look and spy whatever Hamanot found and start moving towards that area.
All right.
I don't think he asked the party if they want to go. I think he just starts moving towards
You
that.
just start
As-
moving. All right.
As he heads over there, I just want to make sure that he's not going to be treading anything that's going to be dangerous for him to walk through. Just kind of keeping an eye out from this position.
It isn't okay. You keep an eye out. It is definitely a lower part of the swamp. The water kind of pools up, and the land is marshier and muckier. Murdoch, you begin making your way deeper into the swamp, leaving the party to kind of watch you up on their kind of drier land. As you're treading through, you begin getting like strange bubbles popping up through the muck. You're still like some 30 feet out, but you are noticing as each step you take, this like mucky swampland seems to have something rising up from underneath it around you. What do you do?
I see something coming up from the swampland. I'm probably gonna stop and be a little more cautious, and I think I'm going to try and skirt around it to see if I can find a way into this copse of trees that isn't through the muck. Maybe like circle it a little bit.
Okay. You begin circling around looking for a safer way through to the copse. What I would like for you to do is, I think that this is wisdom based. You're looking, you're perceiving. I think that this is either nature or survival if you're trained in either one. Go ahead and give me a nature wisdom or a survival wisdom roll to see if you can find a way to pick through this part of the swamp towards the copse of trees.
Can I give him advantage with this because I was very specifically trying to help him with this single thing?
You did call that out. You're some ways away looking down. How do you help from the distance that you're at?
I think that being far back and as it is a low-lying ground, we have a lot better scope as to where he might be able to walk around things. So I'll just kind of maybe shout down to him,
Sure.
Go a little left, keep heading forward, stuff like that. Kind of give him like general directions to follow that might help him.
I think with your natural terrain or your favored terrain being the swamp, I think that you can give enough advice from out here to make that work. I'll go ahead and allow that roll to be an advantage.
Okay, I think Murdoch would look back and be like, shh. But then turn around and sheepishly follow everything that he tells me to do.
With a 20. And sure enough, you pick your way through. The kind of bubbling the swamp continues around you, but you, following directions, can pick your way across the kind of firmer areas, following a nice trail of vegetation, and you make your way through to the middle of this pool. The water kind of pools up around this area. The ground around you is definitely muckiest, but you have arrived at this copse of trees, and you can smell like a faintly sickly sweet, almost as if fruit were rotting, kind of smell drifting out from underneath the roots of the tree system in front of you.
All right, so am I in the copse at this point?
Yeah, you've arrived at the edge of it. Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm looking at it. I'm there, and I'm a little cautious. I'm first going to look up in the trees to see if I see anything is up waiting to maybe surprise me. And if I don't see anything there, then I'm gonna go look down towards the nest of roots. And I'm gonna look for these little tubers that grow in the copse.
All right. You begin looking through the trees, kind of scratching away the root systems around you, and sure enough, underneath each of these root systems, there are small sprouts growing up underneath the trees and the dank muck below. Excuse me. The tuber is mostly buried. You can see little bit of its flesh poking up out of the muck, but mostly just small leaves, almost as if almost fungus growing out from under the center of these root systems.
I think I will draw a dagger, and with that I'm going to try to use the dagger to kind of dig around them, and then if I find a place where they're attached, I will use the dagger to sever them, and I'll start dropping them in the sack that I have.
All right. You are going to begin harvesting these things. Do you take your time and do as good a job as you can to harvest all of them, or are you hurrying through this to try to get back?
I don't think I'm hurrying through it because my entire party is kind of watching out for me. Can I see them at this point? If I
You
look
can
up?
turn around and see them. Yeah, you've traveled some, I don't know, 60, 70 feet away from them, down kind of in this mucky lower portion of the swamp.
Yeah, if
I
I can
definitely-
still see them, then yeah, I'm probably going to take my time.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Tim.
Okay.
I was gonna say I definitely would not let him go so far as to be out of my sight and not be able to, protect or see or talk to, communicate at least.
Yeah, he hasn't gone that far. He's listening to Puck shout directions at him. You can still see him. You take your time. It's a bit of a laborious process, but it turns out that you can harvest all of these. There are 8 harvestable dream roots. The tubers each weigh half a pound. They're quite girthy, and as you pull them up, this like sickening, like rotting smell pervades you. Right, like it just gets more and more intense each time you dig them up. Eventually, you have gathered all of the dream root that is currently available in this copse of trees. You turn around to go back. Do me a favor. Roll me a dexterity stealth check as you make your way back through the muck, back through the path that that Puck has laid out for you with your roots.
Could I cast
No.
guidance?
You can.
I don't think it's going to matter.
Just make sure you get that in there at least somewhat.
All right. A maximum of that roll is a 13. It's not going to matter in this case. You begin making your way back. The smell is now wafting up to the 3 of you sitting above him, and you can tell that the ground underneath is agitated as he walks by. The kind of plopping, plucking sounds around you raise up, and as if agitated by the presence of this dream root, you see rising up out of the muck a swarm of sturges. They have been underneath, lounging, laying eggs, and 11 sturges arise out of the muck in a swarm, buzzing all around you. They are irritated and drunk, and they are ready to attack. So, you know what I will do is I will throw you back on this map here, just so that you have access to your tokens. And go ahead and roll yourselves into initiative order for me. Alrighty, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. As the sturges arise and begin to surround Murdoch, bringing back his dream root, Haemont, you are the first to react. What do you do?
I want to see exactly how far is he? If he's close, I'll shoot the closest sturgeon near him. So this is, regardless. Oh, sorry, press the wrong button. But regardless, that's what I'll do. I mean,
Yes, you throw a firebolt at a nearby sturge with a 6 to hit. You throw the firebolt into this like buzzing swarm, and they just kind of break away as the fire comes and regain their form around Haemont. He's some distance from. I called him what, like 60, 75 feet away at the max. He's probably like 50 feet away from now. He's traveled some distance back to the party. But
okay,
your
I
firebolt
get close. I get close to kind of offer at least a second target. So the swarm has someone to hit besides.
Besides him. All right, you offer yourself as tribute. Arlo, you are the next to move. You see Haemont begin to like make his way deeper into the swamp, trying to intercept this swarm. What do you do?
I will get to a point where everyone is within 30 feet of me and cast Bless on all 3 of them.
All right. You cast Bless, enchanting the effects of your party members. Excellent. Puck, what do you do?
Will, is there a Sturge within 5 feet of Murdoch?
Yes, there's plenty of Sturges. They buzz all around. You can find one within 5 feet, I'm sure.
Very well. I will take a shot at the closest one to him, adding a d4 to that roll, but I don't think I need
the
it.
24 will definitely hit.
All right, for 9 plus... Oop, that is a d5, not a d6, for 2 damage. So, 11 total.
For 11 damage, not 2 damage. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Your arrow flies true, striking the Sturge. It, like, pops in this, like, shower of blood falling down upon Murdoch as it dies. Blah. The next to go are the Sturges themselves. All right, there are 1, 2, 3. There's 10 left. The first 5 are going to make their attacks at Murdoch, and then we'll see if the attempts by Hamanot and Arlo draw any of the rest's attention. The first attack is a 16. Will that hit you?
Just meets my AC.
Just meets. All right. You will take 4 points of piercing damage. And this one is attached to your body. And it is going to regain some amount of hit points. No, it's not. It's just going to suck your blood. Never mind. Wrong creature. But yes, it takes 4 points of damage and 1 is attached to you. The next attack is another 16. It also does 4 points of damage and attaches to you. The third is a 10. That will miss. The fourth is a 23.
That'll hit.
That'll hit. For 6 points of damage.
Still up.
And the final one is a 13. That'll miss.
That'll
The
miss.
other 5 are indeed attracted to you who have stepped forward. 3 of them will fly towards Hamanot as he wanted to provide an alternative attack. Hamanot, the first against you is a 21. I will assume that hits. And this one deals 5 piercing damage to you. And attaches itself. The second is a 14. Will that hit you?
Nope.
No. Excellent. And the last one is a 23. I'm going to assume that hits as well.
That does.
For an additional 7 piercing damage against you.
I go down.
Oh, no. You go down. The final 2 will go after Arlo, who stepped forward to cast his Bless spell. They will attack with a
Wait,
20...
wait a minute. I had the... Oh, sorry. Pardon me. No, continue. That doesn't help me. I thought bless, but no, that's...
Saving throws and attack rolls.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
The
I was like,
23, I'm going to assume, hits Arlo.
Yeah.
For 5 piercing damage and attaches to you. And the final creature is a 15. Will that hit?
Nope.
No. All right. That ends the onslaught of the Sturge Swarm. Murdoch, you have 4 of these creatures attached to you, sucking your blood. What do you do?
Well, do they look like they're easier to hit since they're already attached to me?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Then I think I'm about to go down as they're all sucking my blood, so I think I need to get as many of them off me as I can. I'm going to draw my second dagger, and I'm going to try to use 2 attacks to try to stab him and try to kill him.
All right. Each attack, please roll at advantage.
So the first one comes in.
The 18
At
will
18?
hit. Yep.
Then I deal 8 piercing damage.
You
That's
slice one of them off of you. It explodes, a shower of your own blood, like gushing out of it as it was sucking you dry.
right. Are there any of my allies within 5 feet of me?
Not yet, no.
Because Hamanot is down.
Hamanot tried to step forward, but he would have moved like 30 feet after his rush, so he would still be like 15 to 20 feet away from you.
Right, then I will try to use my other dagger and try to stab the other one.
All right,
This
go ahead and
one
roll with
advantage as
advantage.
well?
That'll hit. 4
Maximum
piercing
damage.
is enough. You slay
Yes.
another one that
Okay.
was attached to you. It again explodes and showers you in blood. Excellent.
I will yell out to Arlo, quick! Heal Hamanot! And, I'm thinking I still have a couple that are buzzing around me, right?
Mhm.
So are there still some that are threatening me, or can I move forward a little bit?
There's one currently buzzing around you, 2 attached to your body still.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I'm gonna have to hold my position and pray.
All right. You hold your position. That brings us to Hamanot. Please make me a death saving throw.
Come on, buddy.
You do get a D4 to this.
Yes.
So
Ooh, even with the maximum on that bless, that's not gonna save you. That is 1 failed save, please. Arlo, you see Murdoch slashing at the creatures attached to him. You have 1 attached to you yourself. What do you do?
I run in between them again, raise my holy symbol up, yell out, "Let the goddess above, the lady above us watching down, heal your wounds and close them." And I will channel divinity.
All right.
And for 10 total hit points, what's his name? Hamanot will restore up to half his health hit points, and then the rest will go to Murdoch.
All right. Hamanot, how much is half of your total hit points?
it would be 4.5.
All right, go ahead and take 5 hit points. And then
Okay.
the other 5, assuming that your maximum HP is not 10, will go to Murdoch.
Yep, I will heal for 5.
All right, excellent.
I'll yell out, "You beautiful man!"
Beautiful goddess, you mean?
Sure!
Puck, you see the divine intervention of a goddess. Heal your friends. What do you do?
So is there still one attached to Hamanot?
I'm going to say that when he went down, it's not attached, so that it'll have to roll to hit him again.
Okay. But there's still, I think, 3 buzzing around him or something like that.
Yes, there's 3 buzzing around his general area. There's 2 buzzing around Arlo. 2 are attached to Murdoch, and another one is near him.
Well, I don't know exactly how much HP Murdoch does, but I know how much Hamanot does, so I'm going to take another. I'm going to take a shot this time at one of the closest one to Hamanot.
All right.
So this is a 16 plus a D4, but I think 16 hits.
16 will do it. Yep.
For 6 plus.
All right.
Another 6, 12 damage.
Yes, you explode one of the creatures around Hamanot. It showers him in the blood of other creatures as the Sturge dies. All right. That brings us to Sturges. 2 of them are attached to Murdoch. And at the start of the Sturge's turns, they suck your blood for oops, that's not a roll command.
they roll decently because I'm going down anyway. But if they suck 5 points of blood from me on each case, then perfect. I have 1 HP.
You
left
have 1 HP left. Okay, and then
going down,
the second one knocks you down, Murdoch.
Good.
There are 2 that will be attacking Arlo. No, wait, did he kill one of those?
One.
No.
One.
1. Yeah, that's
Well,
right.
2. One is on me, one is attacking me.
Correct. That's how it works. The one that's on you will deal 6 points of damage as it sucks your blood. And then it will attack you. The one that's near you will attack you with a 21. I assume that'll hit.
That hits.
And it will deal 7 points of damage as it attaches to you.
Okay, I'm at 1.
Ooh, all right. That leaves the 3 around Hamanot. They will attack. The first with a 14. I think that misses.
Nope. Yeah. Doesn't hit.
The second with a 13 will also miss. And the final one with an 8.
Yes.
Hamanot tanks the creatures, unwilling to go down a second time. Murdoch, I'm going to need a death saving throw.
Absolutely. But hey, the 2 that drained over 10 hit points of blood from me, are they flying away now?
Have they drained 10 total?
Oh yeah, I took 6 and 7 that last round.
After
and then
it drains 10 hit points, 6 and 7 the last round, yes, these
I
will.
definitely took a bunch, so those
Yeah.
2 should be going up.
Those
There
2
should
are
only be-
definitely leaving, yes.
So 2 leaving, so there should be, 5 left?
There is 1 still near you. There is 3 near Hamanot and 2 attached to Arlo, yeah.
Right. Well, I failed my first death save.
All right, you fail your first death saving throw. All right, Hamanot, there's 3 of them buzzing around you. What are you going to do?
I yell to Murdoch, "Come on, get up. We need you. We need to get out of this swamp real quick." And cast Healing Word.
Excellent. Go ahead and roll some HP for Murdoch.
Oh, do I do that? Okay. I thought.
Yep. It's yeah.
Right here, I have it.
You're a life cleric too, right?
That's true, but I've added that on top of it. I think it's already added on top of it. Let me check.
It's a pretty high roll if it was.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
All
So I'll
right.
write it on top.
You get 8 points of health back, Murdoch. You snap
And I
awake.
think that's.
Yes,
I was gonna say. I think that's bonus in action.
that is
So
a bonus
do I
action.
have
Yep.
So could I also firebolt one of these guys?
Yes, because that is a cantrip and an action spell. Absolutely.
Also, remember, this, you're a life cleric, so that gives you
Yes.
extra.
Yes, that's what we were talking about earlier.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've already pre-added that because I would never remember it. It's just not something I would do.
Hey, what level for the life cleric do you get hit points back? If you know
like
somebody else?
third or something like that.
Yeah, 3. It's 2 plus 1 spell level, and it would be, since Healing Word is 1 spell level, it's
Mhm.
3.
Yeah, you
Okay,
essentially
it's
get the
already
bonus.
added.
Yeah, you essentially get the bonus you give people.
The 18 on the firebolt hits. Go ahead and roll me some damage. 5 is enough. You smoke one of the things around you. It burns and dies. Excellent. Very nice turn. Arlo, you have 2 of these things attached to your body, draining your blood. What do you do?
I grasp my holy symbol and say, "Ah, shit, God, it's heal me!" and cast
Gotcha.
Cure Wounds on myself.
All right.
So 8 plus 2 plus 1, so 11.
Okay, you gain 11 hit points as your goddess heals you this time. Very good. Puck, what do you do?
I'll just kind of say shit, and I'll throw my short bow over my shoulder, grab my footman's mace, and I will get into melee with Arlo, who didn't move too far away from me, and I will just as trying as best as I can not to break his ribcage doing this, I just kind of like line it up so I can swipe straight down on one of these things without
Absolutely.
like hitting him, and
Go
just like
ahead
kind
and-
of baseball bat him off of it.
Go ahead and roll to hit here.
All right.
Oh, you
Plus-
you weren't
plus the
willing to get
D4.
close enough to his body, and you just kind
Oh.
of like
Oh,
whiff.
but
The
plus the
D4?
D4 from
Oh,
Bless.
plus the D4, you're right. That'll do it, actually. You were about to miss, and then Divine Guidance just guides you back around, and you smash it. For 3
Hit it for
points of
3.
damage, killing one of the ones on Arlo. Arlo, are you feeling lucky?
Sure.
Alright, highs or lows?
Hi.
Oh, it was lows. He kills the one that already had its fill. Alright, it is Sturge time. 2 of them fly away. They have had their fill to drink. Another one will attack Murdoch, as it has not. It rolls a 7. It is unable to hit you. That leaves 2 of them around Hamanot. Oh, that one crits you. Hamanot, you take 7 piercing damage.
I go down.
You go down. All right. And that leaves 1 and... I feel like I'm missing 1. I only have 2 left here. 1 and 1. 1 is attached to Arlo. Arlo, you will take 6 points of damage that round. And the final one will attack... Ooh, it decides it wants Puck. Puck, you are attacked with a 10.
I'm fine. Even if it were to latch onto me, I have enough HP to tank
All
one.
right, excellent. Murdoch, you're up,
Well,
right?
I'm
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. What do you do?
I'm up at 8 right now.
Perfect.
In the chaos of this battle, I'm not sure how far away I am from all my teammates. Can you give me a distance?
They're pretty
of
close
where
to you now. They've been moving steadily your direction. They're like in combat with these Sturges some 15 to 20 feet away from you.
Okay. And I've got a Sturge right on top of me trying to attack me. Hamino's down.
Yep.
And there's one on Arlo right now, like attached to him, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to take my main hand dagger and swing at the one that's by me.
All right. That'll hit.
20 then. Okay, so that will be 5 piercing.
And it dies.
Wonderful. And then I'm going to move a little bit closer to Arlo. Can I get within 20 feet of him?
Yes.
All right, then I'm going to throw my offhand dagger at the Sturge that's attached to him.
Excellent. Please roll to hit. That'll do it.
And he's an ally that's within 5 feet, so I should get sneak attack for that.
Yes. You explode a Sturge that's on Arlo.
Wonderful. And then I will
Right.
take any movement that I have left to get close to Hamino.
All right. You can get right up next to him to end your turn. Hamino, you are down. Please give me a saving throw versus death. Ooh, a natural 1. Please mark 2 death saving throw failures. Excellent. Arlo, the one that was attached to you has exploded and died. There are 2 Sturges left on the battlefield. What do you do?
I will. Spare the Dying will work on Hamanot, yeah? Or no?
I'll yell
Yes.
over. I'll yell over. I got him.
If you're sure, and I throw a Sacred Flame at one of them.
All right. They will make a dex save.
Ooh, max damage.
They will pass their dex save. Your Sacred Flame unable to burn the quick and flighty Sturges. All right. Puck, one is trying to bite you as we speak. What do you do?
Taking inspiration from Murdoch, I will draw a secondary dagger, and I will swing my mace at this one.
Okay. That'll
21
hit.
to hit,
Yes.
dealing 8.
It dies, exploding in a shower of blood on your mace. A single Sturge remains on the battlefield.
And where exactly is that one?
It was attached to Arlok at one point, and now it is free.
Right, I will, if I'm not
Or
in melee
Arlo.
with it. If I'm not in melee with it. Actually, I was standing next to Arlo, so I should be relatively
You can
close
step
enough
into
just to-
melee with it if you'd like, yeah.
Yeah, I was
No
thinking about
worries.
underhanding it, but I'll just go and kind of uppercut swipe at it because it's flying around above me.
Mm-hmm.
7 plus 1, 8.
Not
missing.
gonna happen. No, your underhand swipe just doesn't cut it. A creature flies around. All right. There's this single Sturge, and it will choose its target. It has two. I'm gonna say 2 targets to choose from. It goes back to trying to bite Arlo, and it will roll a 22.
It hit.
All right, that's 4 more piercing damage, Arlo. And it attaches itself. Murdoch, you're standing over Hamino's body. What do?
I'm going to pull out my healer's kit, and I am going to heal him with it. And since I am a healer,
Mm-hmm.
I can roll 1d4 plus 4 hit points plus level for my healing. So I believe
I think
Hamanot
it's.
is a level 1.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 1d6. Yeah.
No, yes, you're right. 1d6 plus 4 plus level. So I get to roll 1d6 plus 5 to
Excellent.
heal him. He will regain 6 hit points and be back up.
All right, you are back up. Hamanot, you have been recovered by the healer. Shadow stands over you with his kit fresh in hand. What do?
Hey, thanks, man. Is anybody down? Nobody? Okay, so I think I could attack the one Sturge that I seem to know that's on the that's on the battlefield, and then I bolt
All right.
this one Sturge, hopefully to get it.
You do. Oh, for 1 point of damage. That's not enough to kill the Sturge.
It's okay. We got
Wow.
we got 2 more turns.
Arlo,
Yeah, we got him.
this thing is sucking your blood. What do
That
you
was
do?
amazing.
Oh, no, not that. That.
Sacred Flame. It dances away with a 6. You kill it. The Sturge dies.
Yeah.
Hey,
You are
Greg,
free of Sturge death.
Greg, can you describe me how a glancing blow from a bolt of fire doesn't kill a mosquito?
It's a big mosquito.
Big
It's
mosquito,
a
okay.
big mosquito.
It's at least the
That is-
size of 2 chihuahuas taped together.
At least. Yeah.
I love that visual.
Wow.
All right. As soon as the battle is over, I'm gonna move over. I know I've just healed Hamanot. I'm gonna move over with my healer's kit next to Arlo. He looks pretty injured, doesn't he?
I am 8 out of 19, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna use another charge of my healer's kit to heal you, if I'm cool to do that out of combat, Greg.
Absolutely. You
Alright.
you use a charge of your healer's kit.
You're level
And
2, correct?
Yes.
You get 12 back.
very nice.
Full HP.
While
And
he's
You're
I'm
injured,
I'm
right?
not injured. Yeah, I'm not injured. While he's healing, or while they're all tending to their wounds, I will go and I'll pick up Murdoch's dagger first of all, so he doesn't lose track of it, and I'll wipe it off and hand it to
Appreciate
him.
that.
And then I'll go try and find my 3 arrows somewhere in the swamp.
Absolutely.
They're all attached. They're all attached to dead.
They are
stones,
attached
so-
to dead things. You did 3, right?
Correct.
All but 1 are recoverable. The last one seems to have snapped in twain with the fall of the creature.
Yeah. I was kind of shrugged. Got more use out of that 1 arrow than I usually do. So
You see Murdoch binding up his own wounds for another 6, and I am also full.
All right.
And then I
I-
suggest to everybody that we step a little bit away from this pond in case there's any more sturges hiding around here and take a rest.
All right.
I know
I
if
agree.
any part of these guys are used in spells.
Let's see. How would you come about that knowledge? Are you trained in, like survival, or what do you know about Sturges?
Survival, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything that I do know would come from the books I've read in my off time. Big reader. So like, I proficient in survival, nature. Yeah, that's
All right. Well, you think back through the books that you've read, and you read through all these S monsters, and it appears that the Sturge does not have anything notable that you remember. No, there doesn't
It's our
appear to
blood.
be a thing to salvage from these giant mosquitoes.
okay.
All right, so
It'd
you
be
step.
funny if you said a tower shield. Like, oh, you found a tower shield. Ah, wow, awesome.
See, if you just like grab like 7 or 8 Sturges and just kind of like smush them together, you can make a lance.
There you go, the Sturge Lance of bloodsucking. Very powerful weapon. You step up to the high ground to get away from this kind of low area where the Sturge is nested and take a short rest. You may recover any number of class features and spell slots attributed to a short rest in the player's handbook. You may also roll any number of hit dice up to 1/2 of your total pool to regain HP. And after about 10 minutes, you rest up and are ready to adventure again.
Does anybody need to heal? Oh,
Nope.
There it is.
I am full.
But
Wonderful.
Timur, do you? Oh wait, no, you're not second level. Trying to figure out when Channel Divinity restores.
Short rest, I believe.
I thought so. I'll look it up.
Hmm.
I'm good on hit dice. So.
Okay, so after the short rest happens, what do you do, party? What is the plan after this encounter with the Sturges?
Probably to
Kind of
just
a
get back on course, right?
That's what I'm
Mhm.
thinking.
You must finish a
Go.
short or long rest to channel divinity again, so...
Cool.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
All right, you begin traveling back on northwestward, picking your way through shallow waters and high ground, leaving the nest of Sturges behind, heading ever northwestern. Excellent. Has the party changed mood at all? Like, is it more dour after this encounter? What is it like as you leave this place behind you?
Arlo's relieved. There was a lot of enemies, more than us, and we managed to get out of it. So he's just happy with things turned out.
Excellent.
Murdoch is sore. Friggin' stabbed by 4 ginormous mosquitoes. That hurt. But
bet.
his teammates he's now quite impressed with this party. Because he thought that he was not surviving that encounter as soon as all of them came up. And he managed to do it.
You and me both. Oh, mine. Went down twice.
I'll probably say some like some like wives' tale medicinal treatment for how to treat Sturge bites or something like that, because I'm pretty used to this kind of stuff. Maybe not that many Sturges, but I've dealt with probably 1 or 2 before.
Murdoch will listen intently and remember.
You listen to the
It's
Sturge.
It's like slapping some mud on there. It probably doesn't help, but like it's like the good old like just walk it off or rub some dirt in it.
Nice.
And I think Murdoch will be like, well, what do you put with the mud? Do you mix it with some herbs, or do you just kind of like slap it on there and like paste it in, or what?
I mean, it's like just cold mud. And that's it.
Old mud.
Yeah,
Sweet.
Oh, so the cold, like, it helps reduce the swelling around the bite, and then it kind of eases it up, right?
I have no idea. I was just told to do this, and I've been doing it for years.
Work.
I'm not trained in medicine, and I'm not very smart.
But not warm mud. Not warm mud. Cold.
I mean, that's at least what I was told. So
We have any cold mud? Pretty
I mean, it's-
hot.
Pull some mud out of the
Hmm.
water. I'm sure it's freezing. I'm sure that water is not super warm.
exactly.
I
That's
think that's
the
our
reason why it's
Midwest.
yeah, exactly. That's the reason why it's a perfect stirred ailment treatment thing. Because cold swamp water, mud, all sturges love it.
Murdoch
Easy
already
treatment.
has dreams of walking into the tavern and trying to sell anti-sturge
Mud.
healing kits to members of the tavern for further adventures into the swamp.
Excellent.
It's gonna be a nice bandage with a big slap of mud on it. And instructed to say, dip it in the water, make it cold.
Excellent. Dreams of riches fill your head as you finish your conversation and continue ever northwestern. The day is beginning to grow dark, and you're beginning to think of setting up camp. It is Murdoch who notices that you have traveled a bit too far northwest of your destination. As you look back to too far north and east of your destination, you look back down to the south and through the swamp and the trees as the sun is beginning to set. You notice the outline of what must be a big fort. It is tilted and listing and made of stone and brick. And as you stare upon it, you realize that you cannot reach it today. You are some miles away from it, but you catch a glimpse of it to the south and west of you as your day's travel is about to come to an end. But you are not molested by any other creatures or encounters along the way. We have reached the nighttime. What is your camping like after this days of adventure while I roll for potential night encounters?
Probably pretty
I-
similar for me, at least.
Very good. There are no night encounters, actually, so unless you want to do something in the night, we can go ahead and get to the end of the day here.
Okay.
All right.
Good night's rest.
Yes, you finish a night's rest in the mist. Let's go ahead and have some survival wisdom checks for foraging. You have spent the entire day in the swamp, but fortunately for you, foraging in the swamp is only DC 10, and you moved at a slow pace. So go ahead and give me your forage rolls regularly.
Oh, that.
All right, all of you
so-
succeed.
What happens if we have a surplus?
Then you have a surplus. It is eaten and goes away. You don't get to store like extra food. It's
fair
essentially
enough.
for being a ranger in your favorite terrain, you can make up for one person's failure. Is what
enough.
that's for. But all of you succeed, and you have all found enough food for the day. You have found places for your mules to graze, even though you're in a swamp, as odd as that seems. You have found fresh enough water to drink, and we don't have to mark anything there. You are now allowed any long rest class features and spells, and you can spend any number of hit dice remaining in your pool to regain HP. And then regain up to 1/2 of your total rounded up for use in the next day. So, morning comes on your third day of adventuring. Murdoch has spotted the sunken fort. He can kind of point it out. It is some miles to the kind of south and west of your location. What do you do? What's the plan?
I think Murdoch will say that I think we should move forward cautiously. I think we should go slow again today so that we don't run into anything on the way, and then when we get there we need to make sure we find a nice little perch and scout it out, because if it's a structure out here in the swamp, then something has to be living there.
Sounds good.
I wouldn't be surprised. So sure.
Does anybody think they might know what's living there?
I'm fully expecting this to be just a nest for a bunch of frogs.
Giant
Frog
toads as far as
nest,
the
huh?
eye can see.
Hopefully, the people weren't. I'm wondering if there's zombies there. There were a lot of people in the fort, presumably. A lot of corpses may be there. So if there's any type of undead, that may be something to expect. But if not, probably just kobolds.
They do call this the Lizard Marsh.
Lizards.
Does anyone have an idea as to? You don't think there might be like, kind of like look around, lizard men living in the sunken fort?
Lizard man. That's crazy talk. Come on, there's probably gonna be, there's nothing in the fort, and then we'll go home. That's it.
Well, I kind of hope there is something in the fort. I want
Oh, yeah,
like
me too.
money in the
What-
fort.
What did we come out here for?
Yeah.
I
there's
think
gotta be-
Murdoch. I think Murdoch, after hearing this, has a horrible mental image of a lizard man riding a toad up on top of the battlements of the fort, right next to a kobold riding a zombie on the battlements of the fort, and he kind of goes quiet until the party moves out.
All right. You move out southwest, making your way to the sunken fort. Go ahead and give me a navigation check for your day's journey. You're moving at a slow pace, you said. So go ahead and make
Correct.
it at advantage.
This is at +2, so 13. So
Your navigation goes poorly. The DC in the swamp is 20.
So this brings up an interesting question. With the natural explorer, I can't get lost except for by magical means. So does that just mean? Like, what does that mean in my natural?
This is not part of the Natural Explorer anymore. So
Okay,
you're
so I'll
particularly
just go ahead and read
familiar
that
with the
then.
type of terrain and adept at traveling through it. Choose one region, and when you make an intelligence or wisdom check related to your favorite terrain, you get the proficiency bonus doubled. And then you gain the following benefits while moving over the terrain. Difficult terrain does not slow you down. You make a navigation roll for the party at advantage. A successful foraging roll finds enough food for one other party member. And while tracking other creatures, you also learn their exact number, sizes, and how long ago they passed through the area. That's the entirety of the reworked feature as per
Alrighty.
the document. So you can essentially become lost.
Fair enough.
When you fail a navigation check, just mechanically, it doesn't necessarily mean that you get lost and can't find your way or you're somewhere you don't want to be. It essentially means that you've lost time, right? You navigated poorly and it's cost you a hex or it's cost you some amount of movement. And that could be from getting lost, or it could just be, in your case, that the terrain was particularly difficult and you did not find the way that was easiest for your party to get through, and it cost you a chunk of time. However,
enough.
I did not roll any encounters along the way. So sure enough, about before noon, about probably 10 in the morning, you're later into the morning, you come across a sunken fort. It is, as I described, a big stone building, lolling listfully in the swamp. It seems to be kind of sunken down into half or 3/4 of it, and it is next to a large pool, almost lake-like water in the swamp. There is a high ground towards the westernmost side of it, looking down into it, and you and the party, I'll just grab your tokens here and we'll move you over, come across it from the north moving south. We are going to copy these and move you to this. You come across the sunken fort from the north. And so that puts you at this kind of high ground up here in the corner. You can stare down across it, and you see that taking up residence in the fort appear to be lizard men. They are currently using the like outsides of the fort as some kind of camp. There are giant toads that have been slain and sit roasting over spits and campfire. To the far south of the building, you can see where there was once a like kind of dock or something, and the walls are broken down and kind of reclaimed by the mud as it butts up next to this pooling, like almost a lake-like amount of swamp water, and through there seems to be the best entrance into the swamp, or I mean into the sunken fort. What do you do as you take in all this information from the northwest, kind of, or the north of this fort, looking down?
So we can see the lizard people from up here?
Yes. You're kind of elevated. The highest point of elevation is from where you came from, and you stare down into this fort. It all leans down this way until it touches the water. Only like half to 3/4 of the fort is above the ground, and here at this point it is almost entirely sunk.
Arlo will scratch his head, say, I don't think we're gonna get them to run from here. I think maybe our best option is just to take some pot shots from here. I have a crossbow on my bag if anyone needs it, but
Is that our best option? From what I see, I mean, I don't really know if we want to fight 9 at once, but if we are able to move down and maybe, like, hey Craig, over here at the top, towards this big watchtower at the top, how tall is that?
That's probably the highest point of the fort. That's going to reach, 30, 40 feet above the marsh at the bottom.
what about
Say
this
that-
one? It seems a little collapsed.
This one's more collapsed, and it is, like, the whole thing is tilting and listfully. So if this watchtower up here is the highest point, this is probably the second highest point. It's all leaning. So if this one's 40 feet, this one's probably 20.
Can we see any, like, ladders or stairs inside the fort from our angle to let us know how someone would get up on this battlement?
There does not appear to be any ladders remaining. There you can see down here where the like walls have been crushed, and it like is almost, it is like tilted and sinking into the swamp itself. You could like climb up onto the top of the battlements that way. But whatever ladders or implements were used to get up there in the old days have either been destroyed or lost to time.
I'll say if we can get up on top of this watchtower from the back, and I'll pull a nice 50-foot silk rope and grappling hook out of my pack, climb up to the top and get up there to the high ground, we could take shots at them while they're trying to climb and hold some choke points. Now, 9 of them, that's a hardy task. So I think another option of taking some pot shots from someone else and retreating, maybe trying to take a few down and then sneaking up on it, might be a good idea too. But then we lose the element of surprise. They know they're being hunted.
I
Instead
kind of
everybody else.
lift my arm up and jingle my chainmail a little bit and say, I don't know how well I'd be able to climb up things. I'm not the best on my reflexes or best on my feet anyways.
Well, I'll secure the rope and I'll go up first. And as long as there's a rope there, I think you can get up there. Now, the ambient noise in the area, Greg, is it like buzzing with insects, or is it mostly quiet?
It isn't any louder or quieter than, well, I guess it's probably a little bit louder. You hear the sounds of lizard folk swimming in that kind of pool across from the dock in the far south of the map. You hear the buzz of insects. You hear the small creatures that make up the swamp as normal. The lizard folk inside are probably doing some amount of chattering amongst themselves as they roast these giant toads over some spits.
Can we see what they're armed with? From here? We're only about,
you take
like,
a
80
good
feet away.
look at them. They seem to be armed with a multitude of weapons. They carry heavy clubs nearby that seem to be like kind of sitting next to these toads. They have javelins in a bunch around them, like on their back or laying down next to them as they sit and eat the toad meat. And each of them has a big spiked shield that they can wield.
Does it look like this battlement here is enough intact to provide some cover if we were to be standing in there?
This one up here?
Yeah, the one at the top.
Perhaps. Yeah, like if you were shooting, if they were to throw javelins up at you from there, yeah, likely.
I'm all gung ho for the tower plan if that's what you want to do.
We're going to make a plan. The only safe place to be would be on top of the tower, if we were going to go ahead with it.
I think we definitely keep that rope there just in case we need to get out of here, though.
Shimmy down that and run into the swamp if we have to.
You have to make a check to climb the rope.
Yeah, the first person up there to like scale it and climb it, I'm gonna make them make a check. Otherwise, once it's secure and like been passed, like it's like you and I are not trained adventurers, but we could get up a rope on a like well secured cliffside in infinite time, you know?
Okay, yeah, then I'm down for that for sure. I just don't want to be falling down in chainmail and like cause a huge noise when I land.
I think
Oh, yeah,
that's
definitely.
the more of a concern, right? Is like getting up the rope without
Yeah.
alerting any of these creatures. So the plan is to have Murdoch grapple a rope up to the tower, secure it for all of you to get up there, stealthily make your way to the top of the tower, and then ambush these lizard people. Yeah?
Sure. Could I just do one thing with the grappling hook? Would it hurt or harm us if I were to wrap like some of the metal parts of the grappling hook in like cloth, so it wouldn't make
Try
as
to
loud as
deaden
a
the
ring?
sound? Probably a good
Yeah.
idea. Probably a good idea.
Sure. I'll just take my cloak off and as he's prepping to do this, I'll offer the
Alright.
cloak so
So
he can
you
definite.
prep up ready to climb this top battlement of the old sunken fort and then ambush these creatures. We are about a little more than 2 hours into our session, so I think we're going to take a break right here, and then we'll come back on the other side and see how your plan plays out. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. See you all then. Live. And welcome back, Twitch chat. We are about to assault the sunken fort. The party has arrived and seen it occupied by some dastardly lizard men. And we are about to climb the tower and begin a assault on the lizard people. So, to start it off, what I would like to see is the athletics. I think athletics roll as you from Murdoch as you swing your grappling hook up and you scale this tower for the first time. Let's make sure that you can actually get that done. You have tools to assist your ascent, particularly the silk rope and the grappling hook that has been deadened by a cloak to try to make it easier to do. So, guidance has been cast, it appears. Go ahead and give...
I was going to say, throw underhand. Remember, throw underhand. And that was it. That was just,
Go ahead and give me that athletics strength check to scale this cliff at advantage with guidance. Ooh. Go ahead and roll that d4. 15.
Is that what I needed?
No worries. You scale the top of this cliff. You secure, you find a nice secure place for your grappling hook, dangle down your 50 feet of silken rope, and have your party begin climbing back up the tower. As you do so, I would like a group dexterity stealth check. We'll go ahead and average your results as you climb. Let's see how good you are at making it to the top of this without alerting the lizard folk to your whereabouts. 23.
I was gonna say that whisper to Puck before he goes up that it might be a good idea for y'all three to get up there and prepare your shots before I go up there, since I have disadvantage on the check. And if they seem like they're like moved by my failed stealth check, then you take shots.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the average of those 3 stealth rolls is 15, so probably pretty decent.
I have disadvantage too, so I'm going to roll one more, actually.
Okay.
Now that I remember.
Here's hoping.
Yeah, it's going to be a good roll. You wait for it. See?
Hey.
All right.
Still average of 15.
So the three of you, Puck, Hammond, and Murdoch, make it up to the top of this area. And you, I guess we'll just move you on up here. You can see down that the lizard folk have not noticed your ascent. Your final team member has stayed behind down below, but you three have made it up here without any problems whatsoever.
As we move up, I have a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
One, how much space is available to get up on this side and on this side over here? Is there like a door that leads up? Like, can I sneak a peek over? Is there like a door that leads into the tower and then up? Or is there like a clear pathway to walk from here to here to here?
This like wall is kind of all on the same level, right? Like this part here.
Okay.
This part is down below. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
So then it seems like the only way up to this watchtower is this right here.
Okay, so
Unless they're
this
trying to
entire
climb the
thing is sunken, yes?
Okay.
And tilting. So one way to get up would be to come down here where it's sunken in and walk across the top bit of this
Now I see
on
what you're
either
saying.
side, right?
Maybe
And so
okay.
this very edge is on the same like plane as the top of your tower, but this part underneath the edge is not.
Okay.
Which
so if
you
they
can
weren't to
see
go-
from this angle, like the best possible way to get from you would be from inside the tower, yes, or by walking along these edges here.
Got it. Let's see here. If I take, go ahead.
I'm gonna like separate my water skin from my pack and put that like on my person, and I'm gonna put my pack on the trapdoor, so it's like extra 30 pounds on the trapdoor.
All right, excellent.
Is there a ring on the trapdoor?
There is indeed.
Is there anywhere I could secure something to the ring or put something through it that would go across, like the entire way? I don't know. Maybe not. Nah, I guess.
No,
that's
not really. Like, unless you brought a giant iron rod with you that is at least like 20 feet in, or maybe 15 feet in length. I don't.
We have
think-
another rope.
Pack. He doesn't have that.
Do we have another rope?
I do not. Mine is hanging from the edge of the.
Hemp rope. I have hemp rope.
Because what I was thinking we could also do is we could tie a piece of rope to this ring right here, and then go to the opposite side and tie it to this side, so they can only open the hatch up so much without like having to force the door.
You suggest that Murdoch will start doing it while Arlo is making his climb.
All right.
And we do that with 50 feet of hemp rope. Can we pull that off?
Yeah, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. There's only about 15 to 20 feet of distance around here, so 50 feet should be plenty to tie it off.
As Arlo is climbing, I am going to ready a bow shot, like just in case they, Arlo makes too much noise and they start to hear us. I'm just going to take a shot at the closest one.
All right. You ready a bow shot. Arlo, it seems that the party is ready for you to make your ascent. Go ahead and make me a stealth dexterity check as you make your way up.
Yep. There it is.
There's an immediate ringing and jingling of chainmail as he is climbing up to the top of the tower. As this happens, you all see at the top the lizard folk kind of perk their heads up, begin to look around, and are becoming aware of your presence. Puck, are you going to take a shot here?
Yeah, I think it's hit the fan at this point.
Right.
So I'm just going to take a shot right off the
You
bat.
take a shot. Go ahead and pick your target and give me a roll to hit one of these lizard folk.
It's going to be the closest one to me.
Absolutely.
So-
This one here.
Yep. At advantage, 22 for
Yes.
6, and this is technically sneak attack. 10 damage.
For 10 points of damage. All right. With that, Arlo, you finish the round climbing up. You are now on top of the crenellation with everyone else. And we shall roll into initiative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. Go ahead and click your tokens, and let's see what order everybody gets to act in. We will
Always
bring
so
this back
slow.
up. I have 1, 2,
Roll
3,
a
4,
13,
5
but I didn't.
initiatives. I only have 1, 2, 3, 4. Who am I missing here?
Me, I didn't select my character. I rolled a 13. Should I re-roll?
Sure, re-roll and we'll make it a 13. Awesome. 13. Very good. All right, let's put this in descending order. And the first to act in this whole mess is Puck. You fired at one of these creatures. It survived. What do?
I'm just going to take another shot at it.
All right, you take another
same
shot.
one. This time without advantage. 10 to hit. Probably missing.
No, that one will miss. You fire wide.
and I will
yes.
kneel down against the battlements.
Okay, you kneel down against the stone. Arlo, you've made it to the top. The jingling of your armor has alerted these creatures. What do?
I will quickly run over to the edge. Is there just a quick glance any that stand out, look like a shaman or anything?
No, they look very similar all.
Okay, I will Puck, you hit this one.
Yes, indeed.
It's one I've been
Okay,
shooting at.
I'll hit the one on the same row and shoot a guiding bolt at it.
Okay. Please roll to hit. That's a 15. The 15 does hit. Please roll some damage.
We needed that
Cool.
one.
It has been guiding bolted. It takes 13 points of damage. Ouch.
And then I fall to the ground behind the...
All right, you do your best to fall to the ground. The lizard folk go next, and you hear them shouting in their lizard folky language. They look up at the group of people up there, and they pick up their javelins and their shields, and they begin making their way into the center here. These three, they'll move like so, along with this one. And these four will take javelin shots at those of you who are easiest to hit. Two of you have taken cover behind the crenellations as best they can. The other two of you have not. So we are going to get 2 shots at disadvantage and 2 at a regular. The first javelin throw will be at... we'll just do it in order here we'll just do it left to right here. The first will be at Puck. Puck will take a shot at disadvantage for a 15. I don't believe that hits you.
That does hit me. My AC is only 14.
Oh, Puck, you are struck by the javelin. Take 8 piercing damage from the lizard folk strike. The next will be at Arlo. This will also be at disadvantage. For a 13, I don't believe that will hit you. The next will be at Murdoch, standing there. This one will be a javelin for 22. I believe that'll hit. For 8 piercing damage. And the final throw will be up to Churu in the back for... a 20. Not Churu, I'm sorry. Haymont.
Yep.
For 3 piercing damage. And while those 4 are happening, these ones are going to start making their way down to these crenellations. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then it will double move. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This one will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10. That's too much movement. Hold on. It started 2 paces behind this one, so we'll leave it there. This one is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it will go 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. This one here is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. All right, the lizard folk have all moved. They're racing around the edges of the rocky sunken fort while their companions throw javelins up at the rest of you. Haymont, you've been struck. You see them taking their time getting to you. What do you do?
I cast Bless to make sure my 3 party members are blessed at this moment.
All right.
And that their strikes will strike true for the next ones they have.
All right.
And after that, I kind of like duck down a bit, make sure I have somewhat covered.
All right, excellent. Murdoch, you've been blessed. You see the lizard folk attacking. What do you do?
I'm going to shout out to my clerics and say, guard the edges, and point over to here and here, where I expect the lizard folk to try to run up. And then I'm going to pop up with my crossbow and shoot at this one that has been blessed by guiding light, which
Yes.
should give me advantage.
Yes, it does.
18.
An 18 will hit.
And that, with advantage, I get sneak attack, so that will be a total of 11 extra damage. on
11
that guy.
points of damage. Your attack strikes true and slays this creature. Ah! It screams its death scream as it falls to the ground. Excellent.
Nice synergy.
Puck!
And then I will try to take cover behind the battlements.
Yes, excellent. Puck, you are undercover behind the armaments. You've seen one of the creatures felled. What do you do?
I will shimmy my way over to here as to make room for the clerics to take the flanks.
Uh-huh.
And I will take a shot at the one that I have been shooting at again.
All right, excellent.
For a 16 plus a d4
The 16 will hit.
for 9 points of damage.
For 9 points of damage, you strike the creature, wounding it. It is bloodied and hurt, but it is not dead.
I will remain crouched behind the battlements.
All right. Arlo, your guiding light has felled one of the creatures with the help of your companions. What do you do?
So how is this like a ball going from like the top of this to the wall?
A ball?
A ball.
So, this line here is on the same plane. This area
Okay.
underneath is not. So, like, this little 5-foot stretch is on the same plane as the crenellations, but the stuff underneath it is it's a fall.
Okay. So let me see if I can measure this out. So this is where I pinned up.
All right.
Wait. Okay. Not in range. I was gonna maybe bane them if I could reach them, but they're not in range. So
Okay.
I will just move over here and guiding bolt. The first one.
This one over here?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll to hit for me. A 12. No, your guiding
You
bolt.
can D4 that.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, he's blessed.
You are blessed. Please roll a d4. Oh, the 13 is not enough. Your guiding bolt flies out and is knocked away from the creature by its large spiked shield it holds out in front of it as it races forward, unable to light it up with its magic. All right. And with that, the lizard folk go. These three down here, let's see which one of them died. Who was he targeting? It turns out that was the one targeting Arlo. So the other three of you will take attacks from the javelins, each of you trying your best to stay behind the walls. So you will take javelins at disadvantage. First one will attack Haemont for a 19.
It is.
With 5 points of damage attached to that attack.
Oh, I have one left.
All right, very
Still
nice.
standing. Still standing.
Still standing, very good. The next javelin is chucked at Puck with disadvantage. A 10 will not get the job done. And the final one at our dear Murdoch with a 13. Not gonna do it. All right, these ones on the crenellations scampering around are gonna move. This one goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It cannot get within range of you to strike with a melee attack, so it will pull one of the javelins off of its back and huck it at you. Attacking Arlo. with a normal roll. 14. I don't think that's going to hit you.
Nope.
All right. This one here is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's going to be like... This grid doesn't quite line up the way I like it to. It's going to be right there. And it is within range of throwing, you bet. And it will also huck a javelin your way. With a 14. Not going to get the job done. This one here goes... 25, 30, and it is going to take a shot at disadvantage. My Firefox is going nuts. I hope it's not like screwing up the stream or something. All right, this is a critical miss. It does not hit you at all. This lizard folk will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it is going to have a choice of... Oh, no, it doesn't, because you are still up with 1 health. It will attack you with its club. It strikes Hamanot with an 11.
Oh wait, actually, I put a shield on that.
You don't need to if it doesn't hit you.
Oh, did
all
it?
right.
It got 22, right?
No, the heavy club
no.
attacks you with an 11. It does not hit
Oh,
you.
okay. I thought they said that's javelin.
But it does have a multi-attack when it's in melee, and it cannot hit you with its club, but it will lunge forward with its sharp lizard-like teeth and attempt to bite you. With a 6, unable to strike you down. You hold the line well. This one goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15... 25, 30, and that is all that it can do. And that is the lizard folk. Haemont, you have held the line and prevented this creature from breaching your part of the battlefield. What do you do?
Can I give him a shove off? Just like shove?
You can. We shall declare a contest of athletics, I suppose. He will decide to dodge with with athletics. That's his goal. You can use your strength athletics to shove him off as best you can as well. The DC for you to beat will be 21.
It'll be difficult.
It will be.
19 on the die.
Oh,
Oh, you
Not
You're
quite.
not blessed, are you? No. I get
No, I blessed the rest
Doesn't
of you
count.
three. That's unfortunately.
You push and shove and attempt to throw this lizard folk off the edge, but he is too strong and rebuffs your attempts.
Yeah. So I just instead of that, how about I cast Healing Word? Can I do that after Phil?
Yeah, that's a bonus action. I like it.
Okay. Cast that on myself. Getting ready to whatever they're about to pull on me.
All right, go ahead and roll your HP. 6 more points of healing for you. Excellent.
we
Murdoch, you see your friend Hamanot get in a deadly shoving war at the top of this fort. What do you do?
Right, I think I'm going to step back a step here so I can get an angle on this lizard folk right next to him. Can I get a good shot at him?
Sure.
Alright, I'm going to shoot my crossbow at him.
Okay. No, your 12 will miss.
D4.
D4, 13, no! That will
a
also
13
miss.
again.
Man, that's not good. Alright,
Not
I'm gonna
ideal.
I'm going to step to here and still try and duck behind the battlements and hope that we can drop one here very soon.
Okay. Puck, it is your turn as you stare down this deadly game on the battlements. What do you do?
I make a rude gesture towards the one that threw a javelin at me, and I'll shoot in retribution towards the one that is on his knees begging for life.
All right.
Hopefully.
The 15 will hit. For 8 piercing, you slay the creature. Blah, it dies.
And I will move right here against the battlements.
All right. Excellent. Arlo, you see these 3 in a line. 2 of them have been chucking javelins at you. What do you do?
So they are in a line. See,
They are.
So I want to see if a maneuver will work. I want to check it out with you before I do it. If I were to shield rush on my horse across this and just like try to bowling ball them off the edge of the castle.
With your magic
could I do
shield.
that?
I will absolutely let you use the magic shield to rush these things. I will let you make the same strength shove attack, and if you successfully shove one off, I'll let you rush to the next one and make a shove attack as
Awesome.
well. Until you run out of targets or you unsuccessfully shove them off, and then your movement will be stopped there. Sound good?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so the first one, just a strength check.
Yes, athletics, strength,
Athletics.
and your DC will be 20 for this guy.
Oh my gosh.
Do it. Yes.
Oh, very nice. You call upon the magic of the shield. A spectral steed forms underneath you. It comes rushing forward, and you backhand this lizard off of the wall. Ah! It falls. Please roll. Please roll 3d6 damage for falling. 15. Damn. This guy will take 15 points of damage as he falls prone on the ground. Ah! He is not dead, but he is hurt. You race forward, bump, your steed taking you here, and you attempt to shove this guy off the wall. Your DC for this check will be 20. The dice are good.
You said there was a shield bash with this, right?
Yes. You're attempting to shove them off, not attacking, correct? So,
Okay.
this essentially, I'm giving you the chance to knock them off the edge.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just come on.
You are still blessed too, so.
Oh.
That's a
Ooh.
16. Can you
If I can
D4
roll
will
a
match?
4.
See if you get a D4. We'll find out. No! You attempt
close.
to shove this guy off the wall, but he maintains his ground, seeing what you did to his friend, and will not be as easily dislodged.
218, it's hard to beat that.
It is.
Yep.
All right.
Greg has been rolling kind of ridiculous.
The rolls have been really nice for the monsters, absolutely. It is lizard folk time, and there are 2 more down here. The first one will attack Murdoch with disadvantage, and he throws a ranged javelin at disadvantage. The 17.
That will hit me.
All right, Murdoch, you take 3 piercing damage, and the other one will go to Puck. Puck, you take... Oh, a 22. That'll hit you for 5 additional points of damage. Alright, so these ones on the crenellations now. This one is in melee combat with Hamina. It was unable to strike him last time. It will raise its heavy club again. This time bringing down a 17. Will that strike you?
Nope, not at all.
Not at all.
I laugh.
Very good, very good. You laugh in the face of the creature. It screams out in anger and it tries to bite you midstream. Ah! with a 12 will not hit you. This one steps forward and takes out one of its javelins. It can't get an attack on you in melee, but it will try to throw one at you instead with a 21.
There's no cover on that.
Could I
so
put
you
shield on that?
in battle
You
mode?
can shield yourself, yes.
So that's what I do. I
All
shield.
right, you cast a magic shield, deflecting the missile at the last moment, and you still stand holding your ground. There are 2 more left. These 2 down here, one is going... Oh, this one uses half his movement to get up, and then begins moving around. 10, 15, 5, 10... Oh, God. Okay, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's off screen right now. It hasn't made its way back.
Wait, it was thrown, right? Doesn't
Yep.
that take
It uses half of its
movement?
movement to get up 15, and then it uses its action to double move for another 30.
Okay, I was scared they had a lot of movement for a second.
No. And then this lizard folk here is in melee. It raises a mighty heavy club and brings it down upon you, Arlo, with an 18.
Nope.
Does not hit you. It will scream in anger and attempt to bite at you with a natural 20. It crits you with its bite attack, dealing 9 points of piercing damage, ripping into your flesh with its teeth. All right, and the final one here, it only has the opportunity to make a melee or a ranged javelin attack at you, and it will do so with a 16. Not enough. Haminote, you're holding the line successfully, using your magic to deflect the attacks of the creature. What do you do?
I cast a. Let's see here. I cast a firebolt. How about that? Yes, firebolt. Can't go wrong with
Alright,
firebolt, right?
Can't go wrong with firebolts.
You know what? Actually, I'll up it. Guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt,
Nice.
excellent. Go ahead and roll to hit for me.
Okay. Let's see here.
Uh, 16 will hit.
Perfect.
Please give me some damage.
Let's see this. An 8.
An 8. This one takes 8 points of
There we go.
radiant damage, and it lights up like the noonday sun. Very nice.
Awesome.
All right, Murdoch.
And
Oh.
yeah, that's it.
That's it. All
I
right.
was like, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Right, Murdoch is going to yell out, "When should I start healing?" As he steps back and then starts. Shoots a light crossbow at the one that had the guiding bolt on it.
Okay, absolutely. Go roll to hit with advantage.
16.
You wanna fish for a crit?
Yeah, I'm gonna fish for a crit.
All right.
Oh, so close.
Very close.
That's right. I'm still gonna
Okay,
get.
add the D4 on that. D4 blessed.
I'm gonna get sneak attack on that because I have an ally in 5 feet, and that's gonna be 14.
Yes, indeed. It is 14. 14 and 8 is enough. This one dies.
Good.
And it falls off the cliff as it does so.
All right, and then I'm going to step back here, I think, and try to cover behind the branch. Do I have cover here in the battlements? From the people that are down below? I'm trying to get away from the javelins that are flying up at me. Or if it's tipped and angled, is it just better to get up to the wall?
I think it might be better to get up to the wall, but I think that mechanically I'll just give you the same cover that you've been having. If you make an effort to try to make yourself harder to hit, they'll roll at disadvantage.
Okay, then I'm going to stay up by the wall. And
Okay.
If they're getting disadvantage, they're getting disadvantage.
Okay.
That's where I should be.
Sounds good.
It's my turn.
Puck, is your turn. What will you do?
Do I have a solid enough shot on this one that's engaged with Arlo?
Sure.
Melee?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, hit him.
All right, I will take a shot.
21 will
I'm assuming
hit.
that will hit for at least 10 damage.
Nice.
So 13 damage.
For 13 damage. Excellent. It will take 13. It cries out in pain. Excellent.
All right, and that's my only action.
Arlo, you are in melee with this creature. It's been shot by one of your friends. What do you do?
Let's see. Is this one within 30 feet of me?
Yeah, well, kind of. You're at an angle like above. What are you trying to do to it?
Get it within Bane.
I don't think you can bane it and these two.
Okay. Should I take the Bane on too? I'm going to say, yeah, let's do it. I'll throw down a Bane on these two.
The two right in front of you?
Yep.
Absolutely. They make charisma saving throws, if I believe. The first will roll a 6, and it will become baned. And the second will roll a 7 and also become baned. Yeah. Excellent. Well done. Lizard folk, go! These two down here are going to continue their attacks at Murdoch and Puck. They throw one of their javelins for a 20. This one, we'll just go in order. This one's on Murdoch.
Okay, much as a deal.
This is 7 points of piercing damage on you. And the second one on Puck will be a 6.
Okay.
Luckily a miss.
All right. And then this one here will step up to do battle with Hamanot. It raises a mighty club and attempts to smack you over the head. With a 6, not enough. And then it attempts to bite you with a 13, which is not going to do it either. All right. This guy moves 30 feet. Then he moves 30 feet, and he ends up here, around the outside. He's probably a little closer, but that's fine. And these two will attack. They will attack with a heavy club at minus D4. That's going to miss. And a bite at minus D4. That is going to also miss. And this guy is going to chuck a javelin at you. And that will miss. All right. The lizard folk are very ineffective this round. Hamanot, you're once again in melee combat. What will you do?
I reach over to my good friend Murdoch and I do Cure Wounds.
All right. You reach over and place a Cure Wounds upon him. For 10 healing. Very nice.
Big heals. That is huge.
Big
really
heals.
helps.
Big heals.
Big heals indeed. Excellent. Well done. Murdoch, you've just been resuscitated from the brink of unconsciousness. What do you do?
I think I will immediately change what I was planning on doing, and I'm going to take a shot at this guy here who looks pretty injured, right?
All right. Sounds good. 16 will hit him.
And that will be with sneak attack and 9 damage. He's still
9.
up.
13.
Take 13 before.
Yes, that is enough. This is a
Solid.
dead lizard folk. It falls. Ah!
I will take cover and shout out to Arlo. Fall back!
I
Winning,
will.
hold the high ground.
All right. Puck, it is your turn. What do you do?
I will turn 90 degrees from the angle that I was currently shooting at as my ally has taken down my target. And I will instead take a shot at the one on Hamanot.
All right.
11 plus a D4.
A 14 is a miss. You are unable to strike him. You think you have a perfect shot lined up, and at the last moment, that spiked shield comes up and deflects it.
And I will just sit where I'm sitting.
Alrighty, Arlo, you are no longer in direct melee. You've been yelled at to fall back. What do you do?
Yeah, I was gonna run back and just take the attack from the lizard, but now that he is gone, I will move back up here and slap a healing spell on Puck.
All right.
That's the
My man.
throw down a kill win.
For 11
My
healing.
11.
Woof, big heals coming down.
11 plus, let's see, how much is
Yeah,
it?
plus 2? 3?
Plus 3.
Plus
3.
3.
Or,
I'm at
yeah,
full HP.
Excellent.
perfect.
Wonderful,
Nice.
wonderful life clerics.
Just having 2 life clerics and a heal road is pretty nice.
It is the lizard folks' turn. All right, these two down here will continue their attacks. They pick up more javelins off the ground and attack Murdoch first with a 13. Not enough.
That one finally misses.
And then on Puck with a
That is a miss.
6.
Oh, no, wait. I thought the 13 was against me. I got
No, but the 6
6
will
is a miss
also
as
be a
well.
miss, yeah. Hamanot, you are locked in combat with the lizard folk. It will attempt to hit you with its heavy club with a 12. Not enough.
Nope.
And
Nope,
then
nope.
it will bite at you with an 18.
That matches.
Oh, it finally sinks
Yeah.
its teeth into you after many times of trying for 3 points of damage.
No problem. No problem. I
No
have 4.
problem.
4 left.
Excellent.
Great.
This guy here is going to go
I'm
5,
good.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then this guy here is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it is going to throw a javelin at you with its attack, Arlo. And it was 7 minus a d4. It definitely misses. Hamanot, you've been bit. What do you do?
Well, you know, I remember something my father always told me. If a lizard man bites you, hit him with a firebolt.
Ah,
So that's what I do.
very
that's what I
wise.
do.
Very wise.
But
Oh, no!
I am very bad. Wow.
Unfortunate. Maybe what your father said was fireball, and you just misheard. And
Yeah, of course, yes.
Might be a
This is why.
miscommunication on that mantra
Yeah.
there.
All right, Murdoch, it is your go. What do you do?
Light crossbow coming in at the one right next to Hamano.
All right,
Hamanot, sorry.
that'll hit.
23 with sneak, 13 damage to that one. I will take cover
13
behind the battle.
damage. All right, absolutely. That brings us to Puck. You have been full healed. What do you do?
Well, I see the one still on the battlement standing. I feel like the battlements are doing okay. I'm going to start dealing with the ones in the javelins. So I'm going to... Actually, wait. How close is... That's 45 feet? Okay. I'll actually take a shot at the one that fell off
Yeah.
a long time ago.
Absolutely.
So... 23.
23 will definitely hit.
For 17, which I believe brings the total to...
Is it 17
22.
or 7? I guess it doesn't matter.
Or 7 rather. So
7 kills it.
yeah, so
Total of 22.
dealt 22. Yeah, that's my brain was doing 2 different things at once. Sorry.
It's all right. It is dead. Excellent. Arlo, you've retreated. One is following you. What do you do?
Pretty decently confident in this. I think I just stand straight look down at like this lizard and shoot a sacred flame at it.
All right. It will make a dexterity saving throw, which it passes. Your flame dances around it, but it is unable to find its mark. All right. And that brings us to lizard folk time. These two down here will continue their attacks. We will get disadvantage first against Murdoch, as we have been. Terrible miss, terrible miss. The second against Puck. With an 11, also not getting it done. This one here is fighting Hamino, and it will first attack with its heavy club. With an 18, that matches.
Hits me.
It hits you for 7 bludgeoning.
I am down.
You go down, and it steps over your corpse, getting into range with Murdoch, and it will reach out its mighty mouth and bite at Murdoch. With a 17
That hits.
for 7 more piercing damage. And the final lizard folk steps up to Arlo, and it too raises its mighty heavy club. This one is baned, that'll miss. And then it bites at you with an 18, which misses you, right? So we don't have to roll a bane. Okay.
All these lizards starting rolling bad after I cast Bane.
Isn't that how it always goes? You are down and bleeding out. Please give me a death saving throw. That is 1 success. Very nice. Murdoch, you are locked in combat with this lizard as it bit you. Your companion is down next to you. What do you do?
I'm gonna yell out to Arlo, you got this?
Healing or my side of the wall?
I don't have that much time to respond.
I got it.
I am going to... I think I'm going to pull out my daggers.
All
Start
right.
stabbing at the lizard folk here.
All right.
Hoping that Arlo reads my message. First one comes in.
That'll hit.
24. Right? Sneak attack does not count there. I will do 6.
6 points of damage to this lizard folk.
And then the offhand dagger comes in.
Okay.
Which I'm assuming that hits.
Yes, I'm sorry. That does hit. My brain fell
No,
apart trying to
you.
put the damage on the correct lizard. All right. You do 8
And then-
points of total damage to it.
Then I'm going to readjust and maneuver myself behind the lizard folk to put him between me and the ones throwing javelins.
All right. I like it. Very
It gives me
nice.
cover.
Puck, it is your turn. What do you do?
Well, I was going to attempt to shove the one that's in melee with, or was in melee with Hamina off the cliff, but I will instead drop my short bow at the hatch and draw my mace and dagger, and I will move up to it, and I will make 2 attacks.
All right. Please roll to hit. The
That's
11.
no longer blessed because of that. Yep.
Yep.
15.
The 15 will match.
All right.
Did
so
that
dealing...
include? Did that include your offhand proficiency?
I think it does. Does proficiency? I thought. It was
Oh no
only
no!
you don't
I'm
add
thinking
dex
about
mod to
damage. No. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
It's damage, not proficiency. You hit. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
So 6 plus 4, 10 damage because I am in sneak attack.
Yes, you
position.
are. You strike it for 10 damage. It is bleeding and wounded, but not dead.
Yeah, I just kind of like stab it in where I assume its kidney is, and I just
Yeah.
kind
Oh.
of
And
start
it's-
yelling at it, trying to distract it.
You do a good job, Arlo. You are one-on-one with this baned creature. What do you do?
I ignore it, and I will raise my holy symbol to the sky once more and channel divinity.
All right. You select the people that heal, right?
Yes, I'll heal Timur up to half his HP, and then all the rest will go to Murdoch.
All right. Each of you gain 5. We had this exact situation happen before.
Yeah. Wow.
Excellent.
Where am I?
You pop back up after a short nap on the battlements, and it is time for the lizard folk to continue their battles. This one down here was fighting Murdoch, but now it's gonna have to have a new target. Its choices are 3, and it will choose. Ooh, it chooses Hamino. It will throw at you. You are technically prone, so it will take disadvantage. That's a normal. Nope, that's a disadvantage. A 9, it does not hit you. This one will continue throwing at Puck, as it has been.
I would say it probably doesn't have disadvantage anymore because I'm not behind a battlement.
Sounds good to
So.
me. It's a 6. It misses you. And this creature here is in melee. It will raise its mighty club at Arlo with a 23 minus a d4.
Roll high, Greg.
A 4.
A 20.
That is.
I think
All
that's a
right.
DC.
It matches you. It deals you 3 bludgeoning damage. Please make me a concentration saving throw. DC 10.
Okay.
It's a
Where
constitution.
do I do that? Oh, it's on my spells, right?
Yeah, it's for the Bane. It's a DC 10 Constitution saving throw.
Oh, Constitution. Okay.
Yeah. You pass. Bane is still in effect. It then attempts to bite you. For not enough. All right, that is the lizard folk. Hamino, you are back up. What do you do?
I sincerely hope that my firebolt is quite ready and it's gonna hit this time for this guy who's with us. I'm like, get off now. you
Okay.
guy."
I am. Okay, you miss. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as I'm thinking about it, does a ranged spell attack in melee have disadvantage? Because I think
think
it
so.
does. Yeah.
Maybe.
Ooh, okay.
But you miss with a 7 regardless.
Yeah.
Unable to hit it. Murdoch, you are locked in combat with this one that has breached your battlement's position. What do you do?
Dagger 1 coming in.
All right. No, unable to find
Or
purchase.
it's not going to do anything to help that one. No, I don't have it anymore. That's right. Wes is gone. Okay, so the offhand as well. 17,
That one will
should do
hit.
it.
Yes.
This will deal sneak attack because I have an ally in 5 feet, so 7. Is that enough?
You slay the creature. It dies. Ah!
I'm going to move back to a position of cover behind the battlements.
Excellent. Puck, it is your turn. What do you do?
I will step onto the battlements over here, and I will make 2 attacks at the lizardmen in melee with Arlo.
All right.
Because I've already got my melee weapons out, might as well use them.
Sounds good.
I
Ooh.
re-roll that because of Lucky from Halfling,
Yes, you can. Still
Doesn't
misses.
matter.
Yeah.
but my offhand dagger will natural 20 to make up for it.
Nice.
And this is sneak attack, so it deals 6, 7, 8 plus 2d6. Ooh, 15 damage.
15 damage,
I
minus
think that's
3 from
12.
your dex, right?
Minus 3, yeah.
So
I'm gonna go ahead and
12.
change that. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and change that. My bad.
Yeah, no worries. This guy had already taken some damage, and your 12 is enough to slay him. He dies. Falls off the battlements. All right, well done. Arlo, there's 2 left standing there. They've been chucking javelins this whole time. What do you do?
I march on over and I went into this thing. I'm gonna guiding bolt, but I'm gonna save that my spell slot. So I just sacred flame.
All
You
right.
still have a spell slot left.
1, yeah.
It fails badly. It gets burned for
Nice.
7 damage. All right, the lizard folk time. There's just 2 of them left. They've been chucking javelins, but they nat 20. They're their will to keep on fighting, and so they're gonna keep chucking javelins. This guy had changed his attack target to Hamina, and will continue chucking at him. This roll, oh god, Firefox, Firefox. This roll misses horrendously. The next one will continue going at Puck, because that's what he's been doing.
No longer at a disadvantage, remember, because I'm on top of the battlements.
Sounds good. He crits you with a natural 20. He deals 5 piercing damage with his mighty
Oh,
crit.
that's such a sad. I feel so bad for that crit.
It's not the best crit.
As a DM, I feel for that.
It looks like a 1 and a 2
1
on the
and a
die
2.
or something.
Yeah.
Pretty
Right.
sad. Havino, what do you do to these sad lizard folk?
I, for one, trying to get a firebolt. I'm like, come on, not
can
fail
do
me
it,
now. I just want one off.
You got it.
You hit!
Yes.
Huzzah!
Yes.
He's done it.
You've done
Boy,
it.
something.
For 7
7
points of fire damage, you
There we go.
bloody this creature, but it still stands.
There we go.
Murdoch, what do you do?
Hey, I'm noticing something on Temer's Firebolt. It seems to be rolling with Wisdom. Isn't that your wizard cantrip?
That is.
It should be rolling on your intelligence and not your wisdom, which I think is higher, right?
Yes, it is
Mouse
actually.
over it. So I think all of Temer's Firebolts need to have a +1 to the roll to hit.
Well, I'm not gonna
No
go
worries.
back and
I probably was
rethink
doing
every
this,
one.
yeah.
Not now.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But good catch. Go ahead and
That may be why you're missing so much. I'm
no,
gonna
it's
pull
fine.
my,
Yes.
I may
Suddenly.
be pulling my. Yeah, it's not your fault. It's the roll.
Definitely.
I'm pulling my crossbow out. I'm gonna shoot at the injured lizard folk.
All right. Roll me to hit. That'll do it.
24. There is no sneak on that. It is
But the
10
10 damage alone is enough. It fells the creature. Ah! Excellent. Well
I will
done.
take cover behind the battlements.
All right. Puck, there's a single remaining lizard folk. What do you do?
Swelling with confidence, I will dive down. And no, I'm not like down onto him, but down to the battlements again.
Oh, okay.
And I'll pick up my my short bow. I'm not that brave.
I thought you were gonna chuck yourself on top of him, like, I don't know, Neil style or something.
Halfway swan
No.
dive.
Pancake
I'm
maneuver.
no Vincent Longborn. So there goes a shot. And a miss.
Oh, unfortunate. Arlo, a single one remains. What do you do?
I'm gonna hopefully send it to my goddess
All right.
with a sacred flame. Oh no!
The sacred flame licks out and does not affect this creature. He dives out of the way, getting used to your flaming attacks. It is his turn. He's the last remaining lizard folk on the battlefield. Oh my god, he is convinced he's going to take all 4 of you down. The nat 20s are coming on their will to fight. He throws that javelin. It's still at Hamino. And it's a 13. Hamino, what do you do?
Nope, not at all. I look at him and one last time, hopefully, put him down with a firebolt, saying, "You're going down this time with my proper modifier." Go down.
That'll hit
And
for 8 points of
Nice.
damage. All right, he burns. He's hurt. Murdoch finishes poor soul
So shot
off.
coming in.
That hits.
Take the sneak attack off this time, and
7. You bloody it. It is almost down for the count. Puck.
We'll hopefully take only one last shot. No.
No.
I've used all my steam early in the fight.
Arlo.
I'm starting to wane.
you carried the beginning.
This time I'll send it to my goddess. That's for sure.
All right, sacred flame time. It fails. It takes 5. 8, 15, and 5 is 20. It's still alive. It has just a couple of hit points left.
Like
It is
hero
so hurt.
lizard.
Does it keep fighting? Nat 1! It runs away like a scared little lizard man. Ah! 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 It makes it about here. Hamino, I think it's still in range. Do you finish it off?
Well, I try.
All right.
It depends on. Not too sure if I can, but we'll see.
Ooh, that'll do it.
It's gone.
There it is.
All
It's
right,
gone.
you slay the lizard folk after a long and arduous battle. All 9 of them lie dead on the swamp or sunken fort's ground.
Amazing.
So, guys, that was easy, right? Wow. Huh, I only went down once. I think we had more trouble with the flies.
I think
One of
this
them is an
point-
ambush, and the other is well prepared. And I'll just sit down on top of the battlement, like just kind of straddling one, and just put my chin on it. Just take a deep sigh.
I think Murdoch will offer healing to anybody who wants it, because I have not used a healer's kit charge this entire battle. He's definitely going to heal himself.
All right.
I would
I will-
love.
Yeah, I think all 4 of us could take one.
Yep. All right, so there's 11 to me. That tops me off.
Go ahead and get
This
Hammond up.
one is for... No, I'm going to do Hammond last because I can up and roll the same thing. So this one to Puck. This
All right.
one to Arlo.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
And this one to Hammond.
Perfect.
All right.
I
so
didn't
it's
need
four-
any healing. So,
You were full?
yep.
Okay, never mind. Then I'll take 3 charges off, but I'm pretty sure everybody's full now.
All right.
All right,
Right.
so
That-
what is this? Why were they at this fort? You know, they're just
Never mind,
chilling
I
here,
won't-
eating
well-
frogs.
Living the
Yeah.
life.
Yeah, I guess so. Wow. Can we look around? Do we see anything
Absolutely.
special with the fort? Do we say like, oh,
What would
wow.
be special to you? What catches your eye, if anything?
I am very interested in this old piece of history here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know, like, if there's still things around from when it was
A
when it
functioning
was
fort.
when it was in use. Yeah.
Yeah. You take a look around trying to find pieces of the history of this fort. You find that the stonework is simple and crude, and it is old and cracked. It seems that the swamp has been slowly reclaiming this over some untold number of years. You look for markings, banners, anything of use. It seems that this was a fairly simple fort. Excuse me. The stone itself is unmarked. There's not a lot in the way of like statues or architecture to it. It seems as if it was very just like functional. There is wood down here at the bottom of this fort that has not been reclaimed by the swamp. You can kind of see that it leads down into some darkness below. It seems that the fort itself that you're standing on is only kind of like a smaller piece, and the rest was built kind of into and below these walls. I don't know, there's a lot of just accoutrement of lizard folk. You see some old wood and barrels and things that the lizard folk have collected, the dead frogs roasting on spits, a trough of water that the lizard folk have brought from the kind of pool, the lake on the other side. But the fort itself doesn't give you or offer you much in the way of history. It kind of looks like a blank slate almost to you from this angle, or at least from the outside of it here.
Do the frogs smell good?
Yes, they seem to be relatively fresh. They've been roasted over this fiery pit. They seem to be, or this like spit, and over some campfires. They seem to be quite well cooked.
I say
Opening
to the rest.
hatches. You go.
I was gonna say to the rest, if there's probably anything of interest in this place, it'll probably be down in the in the darkness there.
I am way ahead of you. And I start heading down that way.
I will.
And the hatches
my-
are intact stairs under it.
You try to open this hatch up here.
Yeah.
You do, and it screeches open, leading down into the darkness. There are some small stone steps that lead down some distance below. You can see the first probably 30 or 40 feet or so leading down into this like kind of stone tower, but they extend farther down into the darkness where the light from outside doesn't reach.
Okay.
All right.
If everyone
Go, Arlo.
wants to get, you go.
I think Murdoch is going to gather the two ropes, the one that held the door shut, and give it back to Hamino, and he's going to gather the silk rope and grappling hook that he had on the edge and pull it back up, and then look to Arlo, who is about to speak.
If everyone wants to just gather everything, loot the lizard folk for anything they had on them, I'll ritual cast detect magic and we can scan through this place.
Wonderful. While I suggest we also take a short rest before we go down and look for anything.
All right, you spend 10 minutes getting some rations out, drinking from the water, resting your weary bones.
I definitely do not eat a ration, but partake on some of the roasted toad there, saying, wow, tastes pretty good. I love this stuff.
Excellent. Yes. You eat some roasted toad, drink up. You can regain any spells or class features tied to a short rest, and you can spend any number of hit dice equal to 1/2 of your pool rounded up to regain HP.
Can I retrieve any of the 9 arrows that I shot that fight?
Let's see. No. Yes. 3. No. You may recover 7 of the 9 arrows.
Nice.
Excellent. I'll go ahead and, since everybody seems to be taking a rest, I personally don't need one, so I'll do the look around on the lizardman bodies while everyone's doing some rest.
Sure. The lizardfolk bodies are fairly nondescript. They have their like fighting equipment on them, as previously we talked about. Going around them and the outside of the sunken fort here, you will find a total of 16 gold pieces worth of just assorted valuables from the swamp. Shiny stones, some odd coins, some bones and fetishes from the swamp. Just valuables of assorted worth up to 16 gold pieces.
And I won't be able to curb my curiosity, and I'm assuming that this building is actually there.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And as there are some steps here, I will peek inside the door that I think was probably here.
You peek inside and you find a tunnel leading down into the fort proper. Seems this is the entrance into what was built underneath the stone walls here. It stretches down some few feet before turning into some stairs leading ever downward. You hear a dripping and a wetness to the ground. It looks as if mold and water are omnipresent, and the landing that you see from the doorway looking in, some 50 feet or so, there's a landing, and then further stairs leading in.
Okay. This might be just the 2E rogue in me, but I will listen for any weird noises coming from the tunnels below.
Give me a perception check, please.
Sure. I'm assuming I'm not getting a natural habit, an explorer from this because this is not swamp. So 13, 15 if I do.
So you sit and you listen as best you can. And you do hear sounds from inside. There's definitely something at the edge of your hearing, but from your distance and where you are, you can't make out exactly what it is.
Sure. I mean, that's more what I was hoping to find out, is whether there was noise at all, not necessarily discern what it was. So I'll head back to the party and give them the update. I'm assuming that could probably conclude our short rest unless someone wants to do something.
Well, Murdoch will have a conversation with you and say it's a weird oddity of my medical profession, but it seems that no matter how many wounds you take, I can't heal you until you have rested. Doesn't seem odd, but I'll just warn you. And
Well,
I'm
I
a
mean-
character. I can't use my healer's kit on you until you rest, so you may want to rest.
Yeah. Well, I can. If we want to spend another 5 minutes or so, because I don't think that took terribly too long. 5, 10,
Right,
15.
And while we're sitting
I'll
there,
have to
go ahead, Arlo.
rest after my detect magic as well, so that would be a good chance for me too as well.
You might want to wait and ritually cast it at the end of our rest, though. That way we can go down there with the detect magic.
Sure.
Can anybody create light, or do I need to start lighting some torches?
I can create lights.
Wonderful. Would you like
Thanks.
to?
All
Who's
right.
going to lead us down?
You create some light and begin making your way through that main entrance that you found.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah,
So
I think
you're coming in from the proper beginning. You all find yourselves in this old bit of the sunken fort. You are able to reach this part of the landing that you're about to see in front of you. Yes. Boom. Sunken fort.
Also,
Yes.
have detect magic running. I would have walked around the fort surface, and then however long I have left, I'd go in there.
You walk along the fort surface looking for something to see, but there's nothing outside that pings your magic. As you walk in here, you all make it to this landing, and the light that Hamino makes reflects out. You see that the kind of stones are damp and wet. There's like a small thin layer of swamp water that just like rests on the floor. Mold grows on it, and you see old like works of stone and wood, things that have seemingly sat down here for ages on end. As your light reaches into this main chamber, you see that there are 3 corpses covered in furs, much like what you saw from the ghost on your way here. A helm of horns and big furs rest on the corpses, and as the light touches them, they begin to stir and rise, and you see the corpses come to life and begin to groan against you, or groan in a disappreciation of the light being shown upon them. I believe we should probably roll into some initiative for these guys.
We orient ourselves as
move-
we would be
I'm-
coming down the steps.
Yes, you may
Yeah,
reorient
I
yourselves as
move-
you wish.
Okay.
Sorry,
Just want
Tower.
to make sure I move in front.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly right here.
All right.
And
Oh Lord. As you run up, you'll stay with us, but it's too late. Nope, that actually works.
All right. So you, the first to react as Hamanot moves up with his light, is Puck. You see these fur-clad corpses begin to rise and groan off the ground. What do you do?
I will move to here, and I will hold my action to take a shot once one becomes engaged with one of my allies.
Okay, absolutely. Murdoch, you are the next to act. What will you do?
And it sounds pretty similar to what Peck says. I will move up to here and also hold my action to shoot the first one that comes up and engages with my allies, and I will yell out, "Focus them down!" and ready my bow shot.
All right, excellent. Hamino, you are standing at the front with the light. What will you do?
And I Sacred Flame one of these guys.
You may. DC 12, let me see. They make a dexterity save.
Yes.
13. Looks like that will beat your DC.
Yeah.
The Sacred Flame does not strike them. All right. Arlo, what will you do?
Trying to be fighting something non-living, I will also shoot a Sacred Flame for 2.
All right. This will make a dexterity save. It is a 16. It passes. Your flames lick it, but it does not die. All right.
Agile corpses.
Very. They begin to shamble their way towards you. They move quicker than you probably expect, with 30 feet of movement. The first one goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It cannot quite reach you. This is upsetting, and it stops its turn there, and it will take a defensive posture. This one goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and does much the same. 20, 25, 30. Alright, that is the ghouls' turns. They seem to be moving as if they were warriors. Their posture is confident, their footsteps steady and sure, and as they approach cautiously, you see them taking up, like, lithe and defensive positions. Puck, the turn is the combat is returned to your initiative. What do you do?
I guess I'll just do the same thing because they have to move into melee, so I'll just hold my attack since I've already wasted one turn.
All right, you hold it, waiting for them to get into combat with your ally. Murdoch, what shall you do?
I will do the same. I will hold my action and yell, "Arlo, you should get in front."
All right,
Shoot
Hamino,
him.
it comes to you. What do you do?
I do another Sacred Flame because I am basic.
Okay, I like it.
Oh, wow.
This one fails. It's
Hooray.
yeah. Though I'm assuming you're gonna Sacred Flame the one right in front of you here.
Yeah, why not? You know?
Alrighty.
Okay.
It takes
Ow.
1 point of radiant damage. It tries to shuffle out of the way, but it cannot do it. Alright. Excellent. Arlo, it is your turn. What do you do?
I think I'm going to... I'm gonna bane them.
All right. You cast your Bane spell upon them, and they will all make saves. The first one fails. The second one will also fail, and the final one will fail. All 3 of them have been successfully baned by your
Huge.
magic. You feel it take hold in all of them.
I
Excellent.
will also try to hop in front of...
All right. You hop in front, taking the first melee position. The ghouls are now in melee with one of your allies. Are we taking shots, boys?
My
Yep.
shot goes off.
All
Go ahead,
right.
go for it.
22 will hit.
For 6 plus 1, 7 damage.
All right. That's sneaky 1 point of damage. The 12 might not hit, actually. The 12 will hit this one.
And I will deal 1 point of sneaky damage plus 8.
Gotta love those ones on the sneak attack damage. All right. You strike this creature, pincushion it full of arrows, but it continues its attack. And it brings to bear a weapon. It pulls from its fur robes, instead of a claw or a bite, a wicked-looking cudgel that is lined with sharp spikes. You get a good look at it up close, Arlo, and you come to realize that those are large teeth embedded in the cudgel, and it raises it up to strike at you with a 15 minus a d4 is going to miss you. This one will step up here and will make the same attack. You are standing up above it, but these creatures are larger than you realize, standing almost half again as tall as a man. And it will attack you with a 10. And this one will step up. Oh, I guess I can put in the minus 1d4, can't I? There we go. With a 6 total. They swing and they swing upon you, but they cannot strike you. Puck, you see this happening. What do you do?
Just take a shot again at the same one.
All right. The 15 will hit. For 7
plus 10 damage.
3. That is likely enough. This one here will fall dead. It unleashes an unearthly howl and dies.
Excellent.
Murdoch, what do you do?
I'm taking him at the one below Arlo, lined up with me.
All right. That will hit.
Should hit.
For
This time a lot more
17.
damage.
Much better sneak attack damage. The creature cries out, but it does not die. Hamino, what will you do?
I will back up right here.
All right,
And-
you will take an attack of opportunity from each of these, as they have are tall enough to reach up and threaten that square you are in. They will attack with their huge thing here. That's a 16. I think that'll miss you with the first one. And an 18 after all modifiers.
Does hit. That
That-
does hit.
All right. As you step back, this mighty cudgel that is like has teeth stuck into it, rips down upon you for 9 points of damage.
Oh, I am down.
Oh no!
Oh,
Temur, you fall as you are ripped into by the teeth. I won't make you make a save since you are already unconscious. Arlo, you see the compatriot behind you get hacked down by their mighty attacks. What do you do?
I will back up one and throw down a sacred flame at the top one.
You throw down a sacred flame. All right. It will make a dexterity saving throw with a 10. It will take 7 points of damage to the one at the top, you said.
Yep.
Okay. And it is the ghouls' turn. The ghouls are going to stay where they are. I guess they both touch that square. They stay where they are, and they bring to bear their attacks against you. The first swings with a mighty 20. That will match your armor.
Yeah.
And you will take 7 points of damage as you are struck. Please make me a DC 13 Constitution saving throw. I'm sorry, DC 12. Misread my notes. You pass. You are fine. The second attack comes your way. With a 12, it does not strike you. Puck, you see these attacks happening. What do?
I take a shot at the one that was hit with a crossbow. For a 9, missing.
All right. It misses. Very good. Murdoch, it is your turn in
Murdoch's
initiative.
gonna step up, and he will use a charge of his healer's kit to heal.
All right. Hamina gets healed. Please roll me some HP. You get 10 points of HP. I think you're back all the way up.
Full.
Very nice. And just in time, too. You snap awake, ready to move. What do?
I cast Sacred Flame on this one in front of me. Or the one that was hit, I suppose. Was this the one in front of me?
They have both been hit by different people.
Okay, so yeah, just do the one in front of me.
All right, sounds good. The dex save will be
about time. Good roll.
A 19
But it's
minus
still
D4.
good.
It's
I
gonna
mean-
save regardless. It dances away from your flame. All right, Arlo, it is your turn. What do?
Bottom one this time.
All right. It will make a 13. It's gonna fail. Take 4 points of damage.
Yep.
All right. It roars out, but it is still alive, seemingly holding its flesh together by mere threads. It is the ghoul's turn, and this one is going to step up, climbing onto this top shelf, and it is going to swing at. Churu actually didn't hit it. Hamino actually didn't hit it, so it's going to continue attacking Arlo with its attack. This one is a 16, not striking you. This one will also climb up, and it realizes that it is now in range of you, my good friend Murdoch, and it will take a mighty swing at you. With an 18 to hit.
That hits.
For 8 points of damage. Please make me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw. All right, you are paralyzed. The teeth dig into you, and you feel a foul magic affecting you. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of one of your turns, but until then, you are paralyzed. Puck, it comes to your turn. What do?
Hopefully saving the other rogue, I will take a shot at the southernmost ghoul.
All right.
Missing again, and this
that
time
8
I
is
will.
not making it happen.
Yeah, I will drop my bow and draw my 2 weapons, moving into melee at the end of my round.
All right, excellent. Murdoch, you are paralyzed for your turn. Please make a Constitution saving throw, DC 12, at the end of your turn. You
still
remain paralyzed. Hamino, you are staring down this creature as it climbs up the shelf. What do?
I say these guys can't possibly have awesome decks. Like they have to fail sooner or later.
Dex is actually their best stat.
Oh,
Damn.
That is a 10. It does fail. This is the northernmost one.
Yes, the one
It
in front of
takes
me.
7 more points of damage. It roars out in its anger. Arlo, it is your turn. What do?
does it take a bonus action to equip a weapon?
You can drop your weapon for free, but I think it takes something to equip a new weapon.
action.
It's like your
Free action to draw a weapon.
Is it a free
Yeah.
action to draw a weapon? All right, fair enough. Something takes time. Is it a shield? There's something in 5e that takes time.
Shields take time.
Okay, yeah, you can equip your weapons. That's cool.
Yeah,
Ooh, the shield
slap
takes an
on
action.
my mace, turn around to the one below me, and I smack it.
All right, 17 will hit. For 8 bludgeoning, you fell this southernmost ghoul. It dies. Excellent. This ghoul here, I think it's going to continue. It's smarter than your average undead. Oh, it's very smart, actually. It turns its wrath upon Hamino instead. And it will swing at you with a natural 20. It
Oh.
crits you. So you're going to take...
Really bad.
Yeah, this is not going to be great for you.
This could kill him.
You're going to take 17
It does.
points of damage.
Outright.
Oh
No.
no, are you
Alright.
dead?
No, I don't.
You're at
double your
full.
max
You're at
HP.
full health, right?
It overkills him.
No, he has to take one more damage because he's
Yep.
9 HP.
17 was
So
the
he had to
magic
take
number
8.
Survive.
Yeah, he had to take 18.
Okay.
So
How
he's at
much?
9.
Wait, what's your max HP is 9, right?
9, yes.
Okay,
that's-
you are
at full.
unconscious and bleeding out.
Oh, wow. Wow.
All right.
That is amazing.
No need for you to make a saving throw there. Excellent. Puck, you see Hamino go down one more time. What do you do?
Hopefully something, and I will leap over the body of this downed ghoul and make 2 attacks with my
Alright.
mace and dagger. Mace 13,
The 13 hits.
and offhand dagger is a crit. So
Nice.
that is the sneak attack on the crit. So 4 damage plus 8 damage plus 8 damage.
Nice shot.
All right. So
So,
you've done 20
20
damage in a single round, and you just chop this thing to bits. You bludgeon it over the head. You slash it through the gut. You come back and get it again. You just rip it to shreds, and it falls and dies. You're now left in a pretty... Actually, we should stay in combat order for a minute. Murdoch, you
Just a
are
minute.
paralyzed.
Just a minute.
Yeah, you are paralyzed. Make me a save at the end of your turn.
There we go.
Okay.
I'm paralyzed now.
At the end of your turn, you survive. Hamino, please
Yep.
make me a death saving throw.
No problem.
It's 1 pass. Arlo, what do you do?
What do you do?
Look around and just like, all right, I think we're fine, and pass my turn.
All right. Ghouls are dead. Puck, can you heal him?
So Murdoch can say, "Am I doing this?"
Got it.
You said you've got it or I've got it.
I can do it. I'm fine.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I awkwardly look at my bleeding out teammate, hoping he does something, and I will assist him in however I can.
All right, Murdoch.
With a healer's kit, I will use a charge to stabilize him. I
Excellent.
cannot heal him again until he takes a rest, but the healer's kit is an automatic stabilization.
Correct. Hamino, you are now stable. You will wake up with 1 hit point in 4 hours.
Awesome.
So, the rest of you 3 are in this underground sunken fort. Wet water stands maybe a centimeter or so thick on the floor. Mold grows everywhere. These dead ghouls lay on the ground in front of you. What do you do?
I think we should just take shelter within the walls of the keep and sleep for a night.
We could
Because
sleep
I'm out
on
of
top
spell
of.
slot.
We could sleep on top of the tower that we climbed
Yeah.
up.
I was thinking. And while you guys are discussing this, Murdoch is walking around. He takes his healer's kit over to Arlo and reapplies some bandages, trying to bring him back up to full. And he
Nice.
throws away the empty healer's kit as he's gone through a full one in this adventure. Pulls out his second one, which is why I bring 2, and heals himself for 7, taking me almost to full.
All right.
Well, if you guys can, actually, I'm probably one of the stronger people here. Actually, Arlo, I think, is probably pretty strong, so I'll
Yeah,
let
I
you
have
two.
16.
Yeah, okay. I'll let you two carry,
You're having a-
Hemanot's body up to the tower, and I will gather firewood from down here. I'll reclaim some of the wood.
All right. You
That's not
reclaim some
waterlogged.
of the old and rotting wood. It's soaked through from like ages sent here. It's almost brittle. Like some of the boards you can like bend in half. Fungus grows on everything. But you can reclaim some old wood. It seems like there was once like wooden crates or boxes of some kind here, but are long since kind of useless for that.
I will also clean the ghouls.
The ghouls have old rotting fur, like cloaks upon them. They seem like at one point they may have been decorative or maybe even slightly protective, but not in the way that you think of armor in like as an adventurer. They each wield these giant cudgels. And they have these twisted horned helms upon their head that look quite threatening, but as you look at them, think that they probably were not the most effective helms, more decorative or ceremonial than effective in combat.
The helms might be worth something, I guess.
Okay.
So I'll pick the helms up and shove them in my pack.
All right. They weigh like a pound each for weight, if that matters, but are relatively easy to pack away. All right. So with that, you take yourselves back outside of the sunken fort, and you go back outside. What is the plan? You're just resting here for the night?
We rest on this pillar.
On the pillar you fought from?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. You take your time and begin resting. It is middle of the day, basically, when you got here. You've done some combat and done some exploring, but it is still potentially encounter time. So let's see if you run into anything during your day. All right. In the first 4 hours, nothing really happens. You go past noon. It is into the early afternoon. And eventually, Hamino, you wake up with 1 HP as everyone's milling about.
Wow. Hello, how's it going? Wow, I'm up here. Nice. I
I'm
seem to
quite
be
a lot
falling
of
asleep.
sleep.
Yeah. Seems like at least three times every battle, you know? That's alright. That's what being a life cleric is all about. Life is great.
Life is great.
And one. Awesome.
All right. In the next 4 hours, what are you doing as you rest up here on the top of the battlement? What is the what is the mood like? What are you doing as you wait for the day to pass?
I think personally,
I asked-
I'm just exhausted.
Yeah, we fought quite a bit today. Murdoch is kind of tired and kind of resting against the battlements, but still trying to sneak a peek out every once in a while. It's a pretty good vantage point up here.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, now that I think about it, I'm going to look a little bit to the north and the west. Are there any structures or any landmarks that I can see now that I'm up at a slightly higher point?
You
Or
are
is
at a
the-
higher
the-
point.
still blocking my way?
You begin looking north and west for structures that you might see. Go ahead and give me a perception check, if you will.
Were. 13.
A 13. As you look out to the north, you don't see any structures with that roll. But what you do see is the end of the swamp. It seems you're probably a handful of miles away from the edge of the swamp, maybe 12 to 18, something in that range, depending on how far you are through this hex. And on the other side, you can see a great forest rising up. It seems that you are pretty close to the edge of a true forest next to the edge of the swamp. To the west, you get a good vantage point, and you look for things that you might see. You see the things that you have discovered are not actually very close to the fort, are they? To the west. You get a look at some distance to the west. You would guess by your eye, maybe 12 to 18 miles the other direction, kind of similar to the distance of the forest. There is definitely another kind of wet area to the swamp where the ferns and the trees kind of give way, and you see a big kind of wet, almost like lake swelling up. And in the center of it, there appears to be a rock formation with a cave. And from the cave, you can see billowing out almost like gas, like it shimmers in the mid-afternoon sun.
This is all very good information if we can make it back to the town.
All right.
Yeah, Arlo will remark, we best may hurry our looking through the basement. The goddess of travel, if we don't make it back safely in time, she may steal our loot that we've acquired, and I'd rather want to avoid that.
As you're up there taking watch, you're looking around for things. In the afternoon, it is actually Puck. You're the one keeping the best eye out. You see movement to the south of the fort. Moving up along the coastline, you see a group of lizard folk, seemingly returning from the south up the kind of like waters towards the fort. What do you do as you see this?
I will alert the party immediately. Can I get an eye on how many I think there might be?
Yes, you can. You notice that there are 5 returning lizard folk.
Well, I think we could probably take 5. We just hold this tower, but it's kind of up to the party if we want to move with no spells.
We're
I
fine.
still want to search below. So yeah, let's take them and then rest and then try to go in the morning. Find whatever we can and then run home.
All right. You watch the
I
lizard
have
folk.
a little healing.
I'll
Really,
return.
healing.
I'll grab my crossbow and whip
All
that.
right. You ready your weapons and you watch the lizard folk approach. And we've reached kind of like another couple of hours of playtime, so why don't we take a break here for a chance to grab some water, use the bathroom, and we'll come back on the other side with a little more combat. I'll see you guys in a few. Live. And welcome back, everyone, to part 3. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Nice.
That was awful. Welcome
That's
back to
how you
part
start.
3 of Land Beyond the Mist. You have all seen some lizard folk moving back into the sunken fort from somewhere off to the south. You have readied your weapons, and now they appear at the far south of the building, marching back in. They are about 100 feet or so away from you, as we are going to, I suppose, just roll into some initiative here so that we can get this going.
Turn before they come into range, I want to thaumaturgy and make my eyes like a burning red.
Okay, you make your eyes a burning red with your thaumaturgy. And then we roll into initiative.
Oh, of course.
Right? They'll be in range now.
I guess.
All right. And the first to go are the lizard folk. They see intruders in their keep, and they split up and begin racing towards you. These two are going to make double moves here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 here. And then they're going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 here. This one will be 2 squares behind, so it'll be here. These two begin racing up here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And this one will be 2 squares behind, so it'll be here. And this one here comes forward. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it looks up to you and decides that you are within range. The creature opens up its hand, and it realizes that it's not within range. Actually, I was thinking of a different thing. Is it in range of something else?
Maybe javelin at 60 feet?
Yeah, this one doesn't have a javelin.
The caster.
This one just looks up at you and waits. Actually, it'll wait right there, staring right at Puck. Hamino, you see the lizard folk move. What do you do?
Oh, now I do a firebolt, but a correct one this time. Let's see here. Yeah, exactly. Not like all those bad, incorrect ones.
No, not like those bad ones.
Firebolt.
An 8.
Well,
Oh,
maybe kind of like those bad ones.
kind of like those bad
those.
ones.
It's same but different.
Same. All right. Excellent. Puck, you're getting stared down by this lizard folk. What do you do?
Yeah, I don't like how he's looking at me, so I'm just gonna take a couple shots at him.
All right. The
or
24
a
will
shot at him.
hit. Yeah.
Oh, so close. For 9 damage.
9 piercing damage. All right. It almost doesn't even cry out. It just takes the hit. Continues to stare at you.
Yeah, I'll save back to the party after it just doesn't really flinch to say, I think we have a badass here. And I will crouch down on the banister.
Arlo, you see this happening. What do you do?
I will stand tall with my shield and my 6'6" body and cast thaumaturgy to make my voice 3 times louder.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, we killed your allies and we will kill you. If your brains function, then you will run.
All right. You make as much intimidation as you can. Please give me an intimidation charisma roll as you're trying to kill them with words and burning eyes. All right. You intimidate. Your voice booms out, and the lizard folk may or may not care. Murdoch, This booming voice comes from Arlo. His eyes burn. He tells them that they should surely run. What do you do?
I'm gonna fire my crossbow shot down at the guy who's staring down Puck.
All right. 17 will hit.
Wonderful.
For
Take
7
here.
points of damage. It strikes him as well. His eyes flick to you in that reptilian way. And it's the
So-
lizard folk turn. This one here begins to almost like laugh as it flicks its eyes over to Arlo. And it takes some steps forward. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it waves its hand and produces inside of it mighty flame. I've already lost where his character sheet went. There we go. Produces inside of it a flame and will fire it at, you know what? It's gonna choose, all 3 of you have earned its ire. You've shot it with crossbows, you've taunted it. Oh, it is much more upset at the taunting. Much, much more. It looks to Arlo, and produces a flame in its hand and fires it at you. With a 13, not enough. But these ones will continue their move. This one goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it will take a javelin shot at Hamino. With a 23, striking you for 6 piercing damage.
I'm down.
He
Good luck,
goes
guys.
down. This one goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It runs all the way up to his body, but can go no further. This one goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it will take a javelin chuck at Arlo or Puck. It is going to choose... It chooses Arlo. You will take a javelin at... normal range for an 18.
Not hitting.
Not hitting. All right. And this one here will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 2 squares away. And it is at long range, but it's going to go ahead and use an attack at disadvantage, I think. And I guess it's disadvantage either one of you. It chooses Puck. I guess it saw how ineffective it was for the other ones. And it rolls. Come on, Firefox, you can do it. It rolls an 18 against Puck.
Cool.
It's
All right, Puck, you take 4 piercing damage from this round. Hamino, you are bleeding out. Please roll me a death saving throw.
See if I get another one.
Ooh,
No.
that is 1
Hooray.
fail. All right. Puck, you've been struck by one of these javelins. What will you do?
I don't really know what to do, so I'm just gonna do what I did last round and take a shot at this one casting spells because I'm afraid it's gonna do something big.
All right.
20 to
20
hit.
will hit.
Another 4 points of
for
damage.
4 points of damage. All right. This got its attention. It's upset. It is clearly hurt and not happy with you.
Yeah, I will duck down, behind the stonework again.
Absolutely. Great. That brings us around to Arlo. It is your turn. What do you do?
I will run over to this lizard folk, and I will try to bat it off the side of the edge.
Okay, you attempt to shove it off the edge. Please make me a strength athletics check. And your DC will be 6. You chuck it off the edge. Please roll me 3d6 damage. It takes 8 points of falling damage as it goes poof, off the edge and falls. Murdoch, it is your turn.
Murdoch is going to pull out that lovely healer's kit, expend another charge, and try to heal our dear Hamanot.
All right, you heal Hamanot for 9. Hamanot, you wake back up.
Wow.
Seeing that Hamanot is on the ground, Murdoch is going to have to move and stand right over top of him and draw daggers and face down this lizard folk.
All right, you straddle him. Excellent. It is a lizard folk time. Excellent. The shaman guy will be pissed off, and he decides to change his shape. Nah, he doesn't want to do that. He's going to do something different. He will instead cast Entangle on this. How far is Entangle? I always forget this. Is it 15? The area of Entangle is a 20-foot square. So he goes from 10, 15, 20 to 5, 10, 15, 20. This is the area of his entanglement. The moss and twigs and leaves and vines around this old fort rise up, and they begin to grasp all of you in the area. Please make me a strength saving throw or be restrained by the entangling conjuration. The DC will be... DC 14.
I am restrained.
All right, Murdoch is restrained. Puck is not. Puck, you are in difficult terrain, but Hayamont is restrained as well. All right, that brings us to the other lizard folk. This one here is in melee with Murdoch, who is restrained, and it will make attacks at you with advantage. First with its heavy club. For a 13. Not enough. And then it will bite at you with a 22.
That will hit.
Dealing 8 piercing damage.
Ouch.
This one steps forward. It can't really reach you. And it will throw a javelin at you, a javelin at you. Boom. And you are restrained and not prone, so we will give it advantage with a 23. No advantage needed. Deals another 8 piercing damage.
I am at 0.
All right, you fall unconscious on top of Hamanah's prone body. And this one here will step forward and engage in melee with Arlo. First with its mighty heavy club. With a crit!
Oh,
It strikes you for 12 bludgeoning damage.
Yikes.
Oh boy.
this could be bad.
And then it will bite at you. With a 22.
Greg,
That hits.
going out of your
For
mind.
8 more piercing damage.
He's down as well.
Oh
I'm
my
down.
goodness. Arlo is down. Oh, Hamino, you're awake. There's an unconscious and bleeding out Murdoch on top of you. You're restrained by the entangle spell. Please make me a strength saving throw at the end of your turn to become unrestrained.
All
If you lose
right.
turn?
So,
I suppose
Pardon?
you don't have to. Would you like to make another action instead?
make another action instead than
All right.
a strength saving throw.
Yes.
How about I All right. Having a wonder, what the hell should I do now? I'm surrounded by enemies. I first. Oh God, I have no spells.
Okay, let me.
Yikes.
I didn't realize what restrained was. So your speed is 0. You can't move until you break free. So you can use your action to
Yeah.
break free with a strength saving throw. Attack rolls against you have advantage, but your attack rolls have disadvantage. So technically, you could make an attack from your lying prone position. You also have disadvantage on dex saving throws while restrained. So you have more freedom of movement than I realized in the restrained condition.
Okay. All right. Attack. I guess I'll try to. I'll try to break free.
Okay.
That's
Go
what
ahead and
I'll
give me
do.
a strength
That's-
saving throw.
That's literally.
DC
What I'll
14,
do.
right?
DC 14, correct. You
Yes.
do.
Break free.
All right. You are in difficult terrain, but you have broken free from the entanglement. Excellent.
Does this mean I could move, or does this
I'll let
mean
you.
like
I'll let you stand up for sure. I don't feel
Okay.
like I don't feel like you were gonna break free from these vines and not stand on your feet. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
Well.
Cool. Puck, you are not restrained. You are in difficult terrain, but you are otherwise free. What do you do?
I will move here.
Okay.
And I will take a shot at the leader, hoping to break their morale by killing the only person that looks like he's important. 12,
The
probably
12
missing.
will miss. Yes, unfortunately, no.
And,
Arlo,
yeah.
you are bleeding out. Please give me a death saving throw. You stand back on your feet
go.
with 1
Oh my
HP.
gosh.
What
So
do you do?
huge.
God, okay. Let's see.
Come on, man. You got this.
Channel Divinity is
Yes.
out 30 feet.
Yes.
Wait. Y'all are slightly out of range.
Oh.
Gonna have to disengage.
Okay.
Or I can't disengage, I'd have to just take the attack.
You could take
Disengage.
an attack of opportunity.
You can disengage with an action.
Yeah, but then I can't heal.
Then we'll have to wait a turn.
Yeah.
You gotta
Yeah.
do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I disengage
Mm-hmm.
and move back. Let's see.
I made space for you.
Nice. There we go.
All right. Well
So
done.
just this HP real quick.
Excellent. You disengage from the lizard folk and get back to your safe spot, kind of. Murdoch, you are bleeding out. Please give me a death saving throw. That is 1 fail. It is a lizard folk time. The shaman looks pleased with itself. It kind of laughs. It produces a flame and throws it at... Still Arlo doesn't like you. You have made it very mad.
Oh, wait, disadvantage, right?
Where is it? It's the middle one, right? This
Yeah.
one?
Yeah.
Can it
I'll give
see
you
me?
disadvantage to shoot around old Puck. That seems reasonable to me. I can't make my Firefox work at the moment though. Okay, there we go. Let's see what's on the die. This is at +6. So the 17 is the lower, so it's a 23.
Not hitting. Oh, 23?
17
Yeah.
plus 6, yeah, it's a 23.
That hits.
Alrighty. You're going to take more than 1 HP worth of damage, but you can't die from this attack, so you go unconscious. This guy's going to come up, and he's going to attack Puck with his club. Heavy club. with a 13. Will not hit.
That's a miss by 1.
Ooh. And then it will bite. The 22 is going to get you for 5 points of damage. This one here is going to fight Hamino. It will attempt to bite you. Or, well, first it's going to use its club, and then it will bite you. The 22, I think, will hit.
It will.
For 6 bludgeoning.
You're at
Yeah,
3.
that's,
And then
I
it
am.
will try to bite you for a 17. I think that
No.
misses. All right.
Miss.
You're still up. This guy is on the ground, and he's just basically out of combat. He's not going to get around this turn. He runs off into the woods. Oh, shit. I deleted the token that it was on the initiative tracker. My bad. What was
20
their
is fine.
initiative? I don't remember. It was 20,
20.
right? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Perfect. I'll get him back on. The other guy there that has yet to go can just take a javelin shot. Does he javelin? I think he just javelins Hamanod. We're gonna go. Oh my goodness, I cannot. There we are. The 20, I think that'll hit.
I'll bring him down.
It does 4
I'm
piercing
going down.
damage.
Going down.
Oh no.
And there's no escape rope.
Excellent. That is going to be Hamino's turn after the lizard folk. Please make
Wow.
me a death saving throw. That's 1 success. Go ahead and mark that for me. That brings us to Puck. You're the last one of your friends standing. What do you do?
Drop my bow, draw my mace and dagger, and I say, "All right, you sons of geckos!" And I swing at this man's kneecap in front of me.
All right.
14,
the 14
which I think misses.
Misses. It does indeed.
And crit with the offhand
Whoa!
for
for
7 points.
All right. This one did not fall off the cliff. This one just takes 7. All right.
And I can't like force move myself through someone else's, like an enemy's spot, can I?
You could use your action to try to do something like shove them
Right.
or like make a tumble or
Right.
something, but you couldn't like attack and move through it.
Yeah, I'm fine standing as is then.
Okay. Arlo, please make me a death saving throw. That's 1 success. Murdoch, please make me a death saving throw. Murdoch, you're back on your feet with 1 HP. What do you do?
Oh god, I don't know what to do. I didn't even think I was gonna get up. All right, so I'm sitting at 1. Okay, I stand up. So I still have half my movement left, right?
Yeah.
Technically.
Temur, I can't heal you. I've already healed you once. I'm not allowed.
Via the rules.
Do I heal myself or do I set up a rope?
I mean, it's a good question.
Okay. Alright, so I think I have what I'm doing. I've stood up. I've used 15 feet of movement, right?
Okay,
So
yep,
I'm
yep.
going to, using my cunning action, I'm going to disengage.
Okay. Remember
Should
that
allow-
you are in difficult terrain.
Am I... Okay. Then I'll think about that again. Ugh. Alright, so I've used 15 feet of movement.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I can get to Arlo this turn unless I dash. Alright, so difficult terrain would allow me to move, what, 7.5 feet closer?
That's a good question, actually. Does difficult terrain affect your ability to stand up?
Well, can I... Is it difficult terrain until the spell goes away
Yes.
for entangle? Okay.
Yes.
Alright. So if you're telling me I can get to Arlo, I want to try and get to Arlo on this turn.
Highs or lows?
I couldn't hear that.
Highs or lows?
Eyes are those.
Oh, I will definitely take highs.
20! You can
Yeah,
get
with
there.
how you've been rolling. Yeah.
Okay, so I will bonus action disengage, move
Okay.
to Arlo, and I will use a charge of my healer's kit on Arlo, which will heal him for.
Is disengage a bonus action? Yes, it is.
He's got
Cunning
cunning action.
He's got
Yeah,
cunning
he's a
action.
rogue.
Yep.
Arlo
He's up at 11.
7.
Arlo is
Oh
back
my
up
God.
with 11. Very nice. A clutch turn from Murdoch. It is
I draw a dagger.
the lizard
dagger.
folk turn. This guy produces flame, and he will chuck it at Puck. And he will roll 20 plus 6 with a 20.
That's technically a hit unless you want to squeeze by disadvantage for the banister, but I don't know.
Oh, you know what? You're like right on the edge of
Halfling,
that.
too. He's also a halfling, so he's kind
And
of.
you're a halfling. We'll try again. It hit you.
Oh, never mind. All right.
So this will do how much damage?
Like 2d8 or something.
Uh, 6 points of damage to you.
I'm still up.
All right. This one here is going to take a heavy club and attempt to hit. Actually, there's now 2 of you there that he's threatening. Which one does he like to hit more?
To be fair, I did just crit him.
You did just crit him, and he's upset about it. He wants to hit you. He swings his heavy club for a 21,
It's a hit.
striking you for 6 points of damage.
I am down.
All right, and then he attempts to bite Arlo with his second attack with a 6, unable to make it happen. These 2 over here, one will attack. No, wait, you're down, bleeding out.
They have to go through Entangle.
They do. They're upset about it. They're gonna try. He steps in, makes a strength saving throw, DC 14. He passes. 5, 10, 15. He raises 5, 10, 15. Yeah, that's the correct amount of movement. He raises his heavy club against you, Murdoch, with a 21.
I'm down.
Striking you unconscious. He can't move forward, though. And this guy's going to go 5, 10, and he will attempt to pass the entanglement, which he does. 10, 15. He can't get any farther. Actually, he's one back. Excellent. That is their turn. Hamana, you are unconscious and bleeding out. Please make me a death saving throw. 13. That is one pass.
Who passes?
Excellent. Puck, you are bleeding out and unconscious. Please make me a death saving throw. That is one
Pass.
success. Arlo, you are once again the last one standing. What do you do?
Necessary question. Where are the donkeys?
I assume you've tied them up like outside somewhere, not getting eaten by lizard folk at the moment.
Okay. I will raise my healing, or my, whatchamacallit, my holy symbol up for hopefully the not last time. Say, rise and flee, compatriots. And I will, let's see, I'll give, one to Haymanot.
1 hit point to Haymana, okay?
Yeah, since he has the highest AC. And then give Y'all are both rogues, right?
Well,
2 rogue. He's a rogue.
I'm a level
ranger.
1. Yeah, I'm a level 1 rogue, so I can't disengage
Okay,
the
that's
bonus.
good. You can disengage. So I'll give. Let's see. I have 9 left. 4 to Murdoch and 5 to Puck.
All right.
If I continue to play dead,
That is your choice, I suppose. Each of you are given the breath of life once more from Arlo's magic. Murdoch. Yes.
Can I like try to move past the lizard folk and maybe take a attack of opportunity to do so?
I think you used your action, right, to channel
Okay.
divinity. I'm gonna, if you
Yeah.
want to move through an opposing creature's space, I'm gonna make you like make an action to do
Yeah.
so.
That's fine.
All right. Murdoch, you are back up. You have 4 HP. You're staring down this battle. What will you do?
He told me to run. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bonus action disengage to get away from this guy. I'm going to step out of the difficult terrain.
Okay.
I'm going to use my action to hook my grappling hook and rope to the end of this. And I've got 30 feet. I've moved out of difficult terrain, so I've got 25 feet of movement left.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm going to start going down the rope. Down to
All
the
right. You go down the rope, sliding down the edge of the crenellations. It is a lizard folk time. Lizard folk are upset. You're playing dead. This one is going to start attacking Arlo. It swings its heavy club at Arlo and crits
These
him.
god rolls.
you are insane this fight.
I know. It's been
I
incredible.
have 20 AC.
7 points of bludgeoning damage against you with that.
Cool.
And then you're not down, and it will attempt to bite you with a 9. Unable to do so. These two are going to go here and here. They're trying to chase down the person who went out of bounds, but they can't get there. And they're going to try to take down Arlo. I guess since you're next to him, they might as well give it a try. They're going to swing their club with a 9 and a 9. No. That's the same roll. Come on. A 20! 20 matches, deals 5 more points of damage to you. And
I'm
you,
down.
I believe, are down. Puck, how convincing is your play dead?
Oh. I like want to use the confusion and all the blood over me, and like maybe like my eyes flicker up for half a second, and I see this guy standing over top of me. I just close my eyes again.
You're very convincing, and they don't attack you. Excellent. That's their turn. Hamino, what do you do?
And I fell down. I have my rope, so can I?
You can
I
use
guess
your
I fell
action to
down.
like tie off the rope and then swing down off of it. I think that's okay.
Pretty much. All right, I do that.
All
And up
right.
here, I suppose.
You start rappelling down the side of the sunken fort. Puck, you're playing dead. What do you do?
And I spring to my feet. Can I grab him and take the disengage action at the same time?
I would imagine that somebody's lifeless corpse counts as an object. Yeah. You have an object
going to-
interaction.
I'm going to grab him by his collar, take the disengage action, and I'm going to like wrap my arm around the rope. And even if I have to take like some damage from the rope burning my arm, I'm going to like just slide down the rope with him.
All right. I want you to make me a acrobatics or athletics check to swing down this rope without like falling and having a big problem.
And
Ooh, that is exactly the DC I have. You slide down. You get a little rope burn, but you are on the ground. And it is...
With Arlo.
You are on the ground with Arlo in hand. And you are trying to all race away from these guys. Arlo, please make me a death saving throw.
Okay.
That's one success. Murdoch, everyone is on the
Alright.
ground safely on the other side of these walls. What do you do?
And I grab Arlo, and then can I assist Puck moving Arlo, or is it gonna be like an action to grab him?
What are you yeah, I suppose you can grab Arlo. I'm a little leery of people grabbing objects to and from each other in the middle of battle.
Yeah.
But, like, at this point, it feels like you're just running away. Like, you just swing Arlo up on your shoulders or something and start hoofing it.
Yep, and I will try to move and then bonus action dash if I can.
All right.
Try and get 60 feet off the wall.
You dash as far away from the wall as you can. Absolutely. You and Arlo have made it into the wilderness and have exited battle.
Okay.
It is the lizard folk's turn. Shaman is out of the battle. He doesn't have line of sight. He can't see you. Puck and Hamino. Hamino, these guys have kind of forgotten about you. It seems you've snuck off. Make me a dexterity stealth check. Your DC will be... Your DC will be 8.
I have horrible stuff. Disadvantage. I have disadvantage by this, by the way.
Okay.
No.
Oh,
Oh.
they did not entirely forget about you. This guy here will choose you to attack. You are down below and at a weird angle. Only one of these guys is going to be able to like move over 5, 10, 15. They're going to try to throw something at you from down there, but it's going to be at disadvantage for sure. With their javelin. It's an 8. You are
Nope, no,
fine.
of course. Yeah.
These two are going to take attacks at Puck. They also have disadvantage. They roll a 14?
That's a hit.
Oh my goodness.
And can I just like turn around like right as this happens? I just say, well, shit. And then just javelin right into the chest as I go down.
Oh my goodness. The dice are super hot, and Puck, you take 8 piercing damage.
I'm down.
You are down. Hamino, you are on the other side of the wall. They haven't hit you. What do you do?
Well, I...
Do you
Hold on.
try to save
There's-
Puck, or do you race away?
I'll tell you what. I am a life cleric. I don't save Puck. I'm not even doing my job here. So I run to the other side.
Okay.
I'm not too sure how. Like, could you mark?
Sure, you can get
mean,
there. That
measure
seems
this?
fine. Yeah.
All right. I remember to. Can I grab him?
Sure.
I-
We've decided that downed people are objects at this point.
All right. And as far as possible, I run as far as possible, trying to get his cover.
All right.
And
You make it into the swamp with Puck's body. The lizard folk are unable to throw javelins that far. All right. Here's the deal. We have 2 unconscious people bleeding out, right?
Yep.
I
Wow.
not.
I have Spare of the Dying, so as soon as
Healer's kit.
I can, I touch, Spare of the Dying, does not die.
Puck has no death saves. You're going to be able to make it at least a round, and you'll be able to spare the dying or healers kit him. Arlo, do you have a failed death save already?
I have a success.
You have a success,
one.
but not a fail. So you
Yeah.
two will also be able, even if you were to critically fail,
Yeah.
you would still have at least a round before the healer's kit could get down. All right. The 4 of you escape.
Damn, I wanted to see if I got that natural 20 though.
That would be awesome. Twice.
The four of you escape. Arlo and Puck, you will awake with 1 HP. Oh my
3
god.
times.
In 4 hours.
Oh my god.
Wait, I think Murdoch can
Hold on.
healer's kit me because I haven't been healer's kit.
Right, he's gonna get an actual.
Oh, okay.
7 hit points.
Yep.
If I can type it correctly. Yeah, Puck's gonna get 12.
Puck,
Excellent.
you are back up. Arlo, you will awake with 1 HP in 4 hours. The 3 of you are in the swamp just outside the sunken fort, some 2 or more days away from Farfield Keep. What's the plan?
Do you guys, do you want to give this up? Give up the castle that we fought so hard and almost died for? I want to go home and think of another day.
Out of character. Well, actually, there's the rule that we could potentially have these characters out in the mist or whatever, and just pick this up at like a different session, or
Are we at the end of the session?
Yeah,
So
we are, but
I think we're approaching that.
Well,
yeah.
I have a session on the 18th, so I'd either have to drop out of that one or
I
or
would.
we make it back. So. I'm fine with it.
I-
Whichever.
I think it's time for us to pray and return and survive. What do you say? What are you about to say, Hamanote?
I was going to say that I understand the session length, so that's kind of what I offered. But outside of that, in character, I would be very sad about walking away. But I know that, fact of the matter is session is session. Time is time.
yeah. So in character, I'd be remiss to leave someone else to pull the bandits again and just loot the place after it's almost 90% clear. So
Or I just theoretically
Yeah,
would
I'm
want to
feeling that.
clear these guys. I just wanted there's a lot of vengeance. These guys,
Mhm.
they got rid of us.
Well, here are the choices. You still have adventure left technically. You have not successfully completed anything, and you're not on the way back home. So, if you would like, your 4 characters can remain lost in the mist, and then they can't adventure out again until we pick them back up, right? But the 4 of you can get a session together at some point in the future and finish going through the sunken fort. Otherwise, you can pray to Suhui, the keeper of the Logres, and you pay. I don't remember the exact amounts. I think it's
Half?
I think it's a half of your XP and gold to return safe and sound and ready to adventure again.
Seems
personally,
like-
I'm fine with either option, but I think that in character, I would like to finish this. I do have one question, which is in between now and our next session, if someone comes here and cleans it out, what do we do then?
Yeah, tough to say. I haven't
We could
had
die.
I haven't had much thought about what would happen if somebody wanted to come to the sunken fort while someone was lost in the sunken fort. I might put it on hold for a little while, right? Part of my hope with the way we've changed our scheduling is that it won't be as easy to have the entire month booked of sessions in between. Maybe it will. I mean, that's a good problem to have if under these rules that's the case, because that means there's 1 million new people playing. But as of now, it's still booked quite a bit in advance. I might. There's quite a bit of places to explore out in the mist. I might hold it for a little while if you guys want to be lost.
I'll say this also.
I think it's more up to Arlo. He's got the session coming up.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to put this we can do this later.
I've got a session coming up on the 2nd of July, so we won't be able to schedule a game, I'm sure, before then. So both of our we will both either have to roll a new character or jump out of those sessions.
And I also say this: we won't even guarantee to finish it. We won't guarantee to survive next
right now,
time, even if we
we're at
like.
no resources. You still
Yeah.
have to sleep overnight to
So,
get spells.
no worries. Yeah, no
I'm
worries.
I'm leaning towards praying
next
and
time.
going back and taking the hit.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Next time.
All right.
Well, I was gonna say I'd kind of like to stay here if, yeah, I think I'd be fine and give it the 18th to someone else, and I'd super like to continue this one if that changes any minds, but
I am definitely willing to give up my 20th, as I've tried so hard. But yeah, but I don't want to put this on anybody. So, but I would agree with Arlo.
Looks like we have 3 that want to continue. I will continue with the group.
All right.
All
You
right.
want to, all right, just cut it right here and then come back into the mist later.
Yeah. So the four
Right.
of you escape the sunken fort, running for your lives. And you are lost in the mist. Your characters will not be able to continue forth until we get you guys back together. We'll try to get you scheduled and complete our journey to the sunken fort then. Thank you all for playing. I hope you guys in Twitch chat had a good time. I am gonna hit the hay. I will see you all Sunday? One of those days on the weekend for another session of Land Beyond the Mist. We'll see what they're up to. Until then, have a great rest of your day, night, week, whatever it is till I see you again. We'll catch you the next time. Peace, everyone.